Hello everyone and welcome back to my new course over here. My name is Richard and I'll be your instructor throughout this course. And this is a basic course regarding the RxJava and how do we implement it in our Android Studio project. So if you are a complete beginner with the RxJava and if you have some experience with the Android development and with the Kotlin programming language, then you are welcome to join this course. This course is not for anyone who has already a vast majority experience with the RxJava, because I'm just covering up with the basic concept of the RxJava. So if you are a beginner with the RxJava, then I welcome you to join my course. This is a completely free course where we will be learning about the basic concept of the RxJava. So I hope you guys will enjoy this course and let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there and welcome to RxJava and RxAndroid beginner course, and I hope you guys are quite interested and I hope you are quite excited about it, because I'm quite excited too to teach you about the RxJava and RxAndroid. And trust me, this is a really interesting topic, and if you want to be a good developer and if you want to find a good job in Android development, then you should always have a knowledge of RxJava and RxAndroid, because it adds an extra value to your CV. And if you find some jobs, and you can just go to some job portal and you can see about there are a lot of companies that has a requirement for the RxJava and RxAndroid. So let's go and learn about the RxJava in our first lecture. So let's see what is an RxJava. RxJava is a Java VM implementation of the reactive extension. So you can see here it's about the reactive extension. So what is the reactive extension? So the official doc says that the reactive extension, or we call it as a ReactiveX, as a library for the composing of the asynchronous and event-based program by using an observable sequence. So we have to take note about the asynchronous and event-based by using our observable sequence. The three main things that we have to take note: asynchronous, event-based, and observable. So the asynchronous, I think you may have heard about it or you may be using it already. What we can say about the asynchronous is when we want to do some programming, we always say about the synchronous and asynchronous programming. So asynchronous programming is very useful because we can do multiple tasks, or we can perform multiple tasks at the same time. So we don't have to wait for one line of code or one function to complete in order to run the another function. With the help of the asynchronous, we can run multiple tasks at the same time. So let's say you have a function A, function B, and function C. So you can execute all of these at the same time. And event-based, which means that whenever there is some event triggered, like you get some button clicked, or the user clicks on something, or there is some event in your application. So event-based programming is there. And using an observable sequence, this is very interesting, the observable sequence, because we can observe the sequence of value that the observable is emitting. So let's say it's emitting a value from 1 to 100, and we can observe that value it's emitting. Then we can perform some tasks on that particular the value that is emitting. So for now it may be quite confusing for the observable because we haven't used it, but for the event-based you may have understand it already, and for the asynchronous you may have understand it already. But for the observable, we will see on our coming lecture how it is done, because it is the main thing in the RxJava that we have to understand about the observable sequence. So it is doing something and emitting a value, and we have to observe that particular value and perform some tasks on it. So that's all for about the RxJava. So you can just go to the official documentation, which is of ReactiveX.io. I think let me pull that site for you guys. So let me just bring in that site over here. So this is the ReactiveX.io, which is the official site for the RxJava, which is called the ReactiveX. And if you go over here, you can see the API for the asynchronous programming with the observable stream. So we have already saw about the asynchronous programming, and we need to learn about the observable stream that we will see on our coming lectures. And you can see that observable pattern done right. So reactive X is a combination of the best ideas from the observer pattern and the iterator pattern and the functional programming. You can just go and see about this, and you can see that it's been used by a lot of companies, big companies over here, like the Microsoft, Netflix, GitHub, right? So these are the big companies that is using the reactive X, and you can see that reactive X is the RxJava is not only for the Android development, for the Kotlin or the RxJava. So there are a lot of other programmings that also make use of the reactive X. So you can see about the here plus cross-platform, which is available in Java, Scala, C#, C++, right? And you can also see Rx JavaScript, and with Rx.NET. So there are a lot of other programming also make use of the reactive X. So whatever you learn about the RxJava, it will be helpful for you later. You learn about the Rx JavaScript or RxJS, which is for the JavaScript. And if you are doing for the C# or the .NET, any other, so it will be really helpful, because whatever you learn over here, so if you have some basic understanding about the RxJava, and if you want to later use it for your other project like the C# project or your JavaScript project, then it's really helpful, because you can plot your whatever knowledge you have on the Android, and you can make use of that same thing on your other programming language. So it's really helpful. So whatever you learn, you can use it to other multiple languages too. So that's all, and we'll meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back. So today we are going to learn about the 3 O's of RxJava. So these are the 3 O's that we need to remember when we are working with the RxJava. So first one is the observable. So it does some work and emits some value. So the observable over here is performing some tasks, and it will emit some values continuously. And the second one is the operator. So the operator job over here, it translates and modifies the data from one form to the another form. So what does it actually does, it can translate and modify the data from, let's say you are getting an integer value and you want to convert it to some other form of the data, or you get a user object and you want to translate it to a user profile object. So all of this can be done with the help of the operator, and there are a lot of operators in the RxJava. And when we actually get started working with the RxJava practically, we will see some of the most common RxJava operator. And I can tell you there are a lot of RxJava operator, and I myself cannot remember all of those. So, and the next one is the observer. So the observer gets those values that are coming from the observable. Observable is emitting the value. Let's say it's doing some work and it is emitting a value, and that value goes to the operator, and operator will see whether it has to translate or modify that particular the value that is coming from the observable. And the third one is the observer. Observer is the one who is observing the values that is coming. So what it has to do, whether you want to show it to the UI, or whether you want to insert that values to your DB, or whether you want to do some perform after you are observing. So after you get that values, you want to perform some tasks on that particular value that you are receiving. So these are the 3 O's that we have to remember. So observable, operator, and the observer. So don't get confused over here. Observable, operator, and the observer. Observable is the one that is performing some work or the tasks and emitting the value, and the operator is the one whose job is to translate or modify the value or the data that is receiving, and the observer is the one who is just observing that particular value coming up from the observables. So that's all, and I hope you have some basic understanding over here what is an observable operator and the observer. So let's go and see in the next lecture. We will see in the practical way how to create our first observable and the operator and also the observer. So that's it. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back. And let us continue with our lecture. And today we are going to add the dependency for the RxJava. So basically, I have already created a one empty project over here with a one activity, and that has a layout, and that doesn't have anything. So this brand new project that I have created, and I hope you guys can just go and create a one empty project. And I have given a name as RxJava basic, and you can give any name that you prefer. So let's go to our build a script, Gradle script over here, and we'll go to the build.gradle on the module app, and we will need to add the dependencies. So for that, what we'll do is we'll go to the let's go to the website that we have, which is of reactive.io, and we will go to the community and go to the GitHub. So that let's go to their project page on the GitHub, and you can see there are a lot of the Rx reactive extension that is being used. We are interested in the RxJava. You can see there is an Rx Kotlin, there's an Rx Swift. So basically you can find a lot of other programming language that is basically using the reactive extension. And we also have RxAndroid. Later we will see how to implement the RxAndroid too. But let's see first of all RxJava, and we will add the dependency. So the new dependency is version of 3x, and previously we had a RxJava version of a 2, but it's on the maintenance mode. So basically it will have an you can see here the bug fix till the 28th of 2021. So the version 2 is in maintenance mode currently. So we need to make use of the RxJava 3 because the version 2 is already in the maintenance mode, and it will be supported till the 28th of 2021. So we need to make use of the new version, which is of 3.0.6. So let's make use of the implementation, the dependency implementation. Just copy this one, and we'll go back to our project, and let's paste it over here. And sorry, it should be on here. And let me copy the link too, because if you want to check the documentation, then it will be really easy for you to just go to this particular site. And then we have to change the version code. So let's go back, and the version code is a 3.0.6. And now let's go back and let's change 3.0.6, and then we will synchronize it. That should add the dependency for our ReactiveX that is for the RxJava 3. And if you go back to the project, there, just make sure you use back the Rx version 3, and quite popular is of RxJava 2, and basically you'll find a lot of the information and your tutorial regarding the RxJava 2. But the current new version is of the RxJava 3, and we will be making use of this in this course. And as you can see, it's going to expire basically after a few months, and I think, and they are already in the maintenance mode. So we'll make use of the RxJava 3, and let's meet up in the next lecture. And I think our project has been successfully synchronized. Okay, then, which means that our RxJava 3 implementation for the dependency has been added. So let's go and meet up in the next lecture where we will start creating our. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture. And today we are going to write our first code for the RxJava, and I hope you guys are quite excited. So let's go and create our code over here. first of all we'll create a val, and I'll just say obser observable, and just sorry, not the irritable. I'll just create an observable first, the variable name, which is of equals to obser av sorry, should be obser observable. So observable. So it comes from the io.reactivex.rxjava3.core. Make sure you select this one, because there you can see you can find the observable in the java.util android.database, and we are interested in the reactive extension, which is of rxjava3.core. Just select that one, and here we will make use of dot, and there are a lot of operator that we can make use. First of all, we will make use of a just. So let's make use of the just operator. So this is observable, and this is an operator that we make use, which is of just. Don't worry about it, later we will see in more detail. Just this is the first lecture, so just focus on what we are actually doing. So I'll say observable.just, and over here I'll just give us some integer value. Just let's say 1. And then what we will do is we have an observable over here. We created a variable of observable, and now we need to observe this, because this observable will emit some value. So it's emitting the value of 1 over here, and we need to observe this value that this observable is emitting. So how do we observe it? Let's create another variable, and I'll just say obser observer, which is of equals to, let us create an object or the anonymous class over here, obj object, and let us take object, and this should be of the observer. So which comes from the make sure you take it from the observer from the reactivex.rxjava3.core, and just select the observer over here, and the observer will take a generic type. So if you go to this, it takes the generic type over here, the type of the item the observer expects to observe. So you can see that type T. So type T is a generic type. So you can see that it takes a type of the item that the observer expects to be observed. So what we are observing, what type of data we are observing, because we are emitting a value of the 1, so it's basically an integer type. So we will say over here the int type we are observing is a type of the int, and then we have to implement all of the methods. So let us implement the members over here. So let's select all of these: on, subscribed, on, next, on, error, and on complete. Okay, so we have implemented all of these methods over here. So we have overridden the method, and let's see that on subscribe is there, on next, and on error, and on complete. So we need to understand all of this. Since we are observing, we created an observer over here that is observing a value which is the type of the int, and the unsubscribed is called whenever we subscribe to this observer. So, and the next is that whenever it's emitting the value, we'll call the on next, and on error is called if there is any error, and on complete is called after it's complete all of this emission of all of this value. So what we will do is in the top I will create a companion object, and I will give a constant val of the tag. So let's create a tag, and that is of equals to we will give a name. So let's give a name of this one. Okay, so main activity, and let us try to log all of this. So first of all, log.d, and I'll create a tag, comma, and I'll just say this is on subscribe is called. So let's say on subscribe is called, and I'll copy this and paste it over here, and here too, and here too. So let us paste, and this should be on complete. So we will tag it as on complete, and on error. So just set this on error, and we will display the error as a e, and dot to a string. Let us convert it to a string. And then over here on next, we are getting the integer value. So this is the value that we are receiving. So let us try to log that value over here. Dollar, it should be of a t. And then Okay, that should be fine. So let us, now we have created an observable and we have an observer. So the next is that we need to subscribe to this observer. So unless we subscribe it, then we are not going to get any output. So for that, what we will do is we will go and we will go over down over somewhere here. Let us go to the down over here and let us observable. So just copy this observable dot. I need to subscribe it. So observable dot observable dot su. Why I'm not getting that one? Okay, I think I made a mistake. It should be inside this method. So I'm out of the method. That's funny. So just copy this and we'll go here at the bottom and just observable thus I need to subscribe to this particular. We have a lot of subscribe methods. So let's take one subscribe this and I'll subscribe to that one, and we need to pass the observer over here. This is the observer. I am going to pass it over here, the observer over here. Now we can run our application because we have this observable and we subscribe it. Until and unless we subscribe to that particular observer, then we are not going to get any output because we have an observable that's emitting the value, and then we subscribe to this observer because this is the actual implementation that we have done over here. What will happen on next, what will happen on error, what will happen on incomplete. So let us run our application and let us go to the logcat over here, and we should see some of the output. And for that, let us just filter it out by this one, and then we should see some output is called as a 1, and unsubscribe is called, why it's calling 2 times unsubscribe. Okay, this should be on next, should be of the on next, and let me run it again and let us see what happens when we rerun it. So we get unsubscribe first. So this unsubscribe is the first method that is going to be called because we have subscribed it over here. You can see that we have subscribed that observable over here. Until and unless we subscribe, it's not going to work. So we subscribe it and it says that it's unsubscribe is called. Then it is going to the on next. So on next is called that whenever there is some value is emitted and it received that value. So it received the value 1 on next, and then after that it's just a 1 value, then it went to incomplete. It didn't went to the on error because we didn't have any error. So let's say we have a few items that we are emitting over here, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's say we emitted 5 items over here. So let me run again, and we should receive on next is called 5 times. So if you take a look over here, you can see that on next is called 5 times because the observable is emitting 5 values. So it's receiving each value and emitting that value, and the observer over here is observing that particular value. So the observable is emitting 5 items over here and we are observing it, and the observer received that value. How did this observer is receiving this? You can see that observable that subscribe. Whenever we are subscribing to this observable, we are observing it, we are passing the observer over here. This is the observer that we have created, and now it's observing this particular observable. And then when we subscribe it, this method is called unsubscribe, and then it is receiving the on next over here, and after it receive all of these 5 items, then the incomplete is called. You can see that incomplete is called at the end. So make sure you try out this one, and you need to understand it carefully. Try to focus it and try to create some more example over here, and just try to understand it, what it's actually trying to do. So the first thing that we have to do is create an observable that is just emitting some value. We are using a just operator. Don't worry about this operator, later we'll see more operators. And it's just emitting of the 5 items over here. And then we create an observer because we have an observable and we need to observe what it is emitting. So here we create an observable that takes the type of the int, and on subscribe, on next, and on error, and on complete is the origin method that we have to implement. and then we can use this observable and we can subscribe to that and pass the observer over here. And when we subscribe it, then this method is called. Then every time the new value is emitted, it goes to the on next, and it will print out that value for us. And if there is an error, it will go to the on error section, or if there isn't completed, all of this item has been emitted successfully, then it will go to the on complete. Try to create some more examples over here and you will try to understand it more clearly. So I hope you guys got it, and try to practice it more, and we will see some of the more operator, or we will cover up more on the just operator on the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back. So let us continue with our lecture, and let's go and see about the RxJava operators. So first of all, we'll go to the RxJava official documentation site over here, and we will go to the docs from here, and we'll go to the operators. So let's go to the operators, and what we will see over here in the operators by category, you can see there are a lot of operators, and previously I have mentioned that operators is the one that is going to be using for the any kind of data transmission or the filtering or the transferring of one data to the another form. So all of these are make use by the RxJava operators. And if you go and see operators by category, you can see the creating observables, transforming of the observables, right? The filtering of the observables, combining the observables, error handling. And you can see there are a lot different types of the observables operator that we can make use, like the arithmetical, right? So these are the operators that you can go and check in the ReactiveX side, and we will cover it off, not the all, but there are so many of that is impossible to cover, and I can be frank that I'm also not sure all of these how does it actually works, but we will be covering some of the most important and some of the most used operators in the Android development. So if you want to take a look more and learn more about it, you can just go to the documentation side about the ReactiveX, and you can have a look. So first of all, let's go to our first over here, the creating the observable. Operators that originate and creates a new observable. So we on the previous one we saw about the just. It says that converts an object or sets an object into an observable that emits that or those objects. So we saw in the previous how we emit the integer value, and if you check on this just operator, you can see creates an observable that emits a particular item. So we pass some item, like we pass the one in the first, and second we pass the 5 items that it's just emitting that value one by one, right? So it's emit the value from here, and it takes the just operators and it emits that particular value. So we will go and see some of the let's go back to the project first of all, and here we saw the just operator, and we saw that we had passed the 5 items, but there is a limitation of the item that you can pass with the just. So let's say it's a 5, and it's a maximum can take up to 10, I think. If you can see that it has a maximum of to 10. If I pass over here, like let's say 6 and 7, 8 and 9, and sorry, 6, 7, comma 8, right? So I need to pass the 8, comma 9, comma 10. Sorry, why I'm giving the space over here? It should be of the comma, and it should be of a 7, 8, 9, and finally I can pass over here a 10. And if I pass it over here 11, then we get an error because it doesn't accept the maximum value, or it's up to of the 10 object. So if I pass it 11 object, it's going to give me an error. So just remember that the just operator can take up to the 10 object over here, and if you try to pass 11, and that will give you an error. And if you try to run this one, it should print out one from 1 to the 10, because we are passing from 1 to the 10th over here. If you go to the logcat, you can see that we have passed from 1 to 10 object, and finally it got completed. So what about if we passed in array over here? So let's go up over here, and I'll just create a val and say m list, and this should equals to a mutable list of, let us create a mutable list of, and I'll just say 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 5 6 7 8 and 9 and 10 and 11, and let me have a 12. And instead of this all of this item, let me remove this one, and I will pass the m list over here. It's taking the mutable list, which means that it's accepting the list over here. And now if you try to run over here, you can see it's giving an error which says that observer is a mutable list, but we are actually observing an int, so that's not going to work, because we are passing that observer to this observable, which is a type of the mutable list, but here our observer is of the int type. So we need to change this one to the list of the, let's say, int, and we have to remove this one, or else let me overwrite the method over here. So this should be of, I think, let me just cut this section and paste somewhere over below here, and let us implement all of the member function over for this one. So just implement that one. So all of this, everything remains the same, only the thing that you will notice is the on next. So on next, you can see it's taking the list. So what we will do is we will just copy the same thing, just copy the same thing and paste it over here. This is just to show you about how it works. Only the difference was previously we are receiving the integer value, but now we are receiving a list of the int. Just paste it over here, and this one too, just copy and paste it over here. And finally we have this one, just copy and paste it over here. And now let us remove this one, and then you can see that now we will try to print out this one. So let us try to print, or let us try to run our application. And I think we need to convert it to we need to get the value from the list. So first of all, let's go to the logcat, and let us check over here. So here you can see it passes not the list, it's actually the list, but you can see it print out it emitted a value just one time. It didn't went through all of the list item and printed out all of the item for us. You can see that it's only a one, because we have passed it as a one object. It says just one object. It's not the integer, it's not the array, or it's not the list. It's taking just one item, and it's just going to pass it to down over here, and on next we receive the list of that particular item, and then we just print it out. So there is another operator just for the, or if you want to pass as an array or the list. So let's meet up in the next lecture and just try to go and practice all of this. And I hope you guys will understand it more better when you try to create your own operator and pass it over here. So that's all, and we will see on more of the coming up on the next lecture. We'll see some of the more operators that we are going to create. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture. And today we are going to see about the from operators. Just click on this from and convert various other objects and data type into an observables. So we can create observable from different type of objects. So let's go and see in a practical way. So I'll go back to my project over here, and I think I will create a new file over here, Kotlin file, and call it as operator as operators. And inside this we will copy back all of this. So let me go to the main activity, and I think I will just move all of this to this particular file. I think that should be more better. And I will just copy all of this, right? Just cut all of this and go over here and create a new function and call it as just operator, just operator. And inside this I'll paste that value. and that should be fine. And we will create another one. So we are going to take a look on the from. So let's create a from operator, and let me minimize this one, and I'll create a function, and it should be of a from operator, from operator. And inside this I'll create a val obser observable, and that should be of equals to observable, which comes from the reactive x, and dot, I will make use of a from. We have a from different operator over here. You can take a look. Then let us make use of the from array. So from array, and we need to pass the array. So I have already one array of, let me give m list of a number, and let's say that one. Just copy and paste this one over here, and over here I'll just pass. Okay, so let me remove that error. Okay, so we have observable, and then we will need to create a observer. So val obser observer, which is of equals to, I need to create an anonymous object over here. Sorry, it should be of the object, and create a obser observer from the reactive x, and that should be, it will take a type. So type is of the array. So we have an array, so I will take it as a array arrays. And then what is type of this array? Is type of the, we have make use of an int, so I'll just put it as an int over here. And then let us implement all of these objects. Sorry, I need to implement the members, so let us implement all of these. So here we got it. So it's the same thing, so just copy this one, right? So just copy it and paste it over here. This onSubscribe is called whenever we subscribe to this observer. Whenever we subscribe to the observable, then this function is called, and then we have on next, and then on error, and on complete. So just replace this one on complete and on error, and this is on next, and then we have unsubscribe. I think that should be fine. And on error we need to log this one on error, then I need to make use of e dot to a string, and then on complete is, that should be fine. And on next we got an array, so I need to print out this one. It is an array of an integer, so array, sorry, $sign, I need to array to string. So arrays, I think I have the arrays, java.c to arrays dot to string, and I can pass this t over here just to convert it to the strings. And okay, so we have observable, and I can make use of this observable and observe it. Sorry, set this as a subscribe. When I subscribe, this onSubscribe method is called. So onSubscribe, what I want to subscribe is to this observer. So I need to observe, and what does it says is that consumer is, okay, it's a list. So we are passing as where is that one? Observable as a mutable list, but it's expecting the it's expecting something like a mutable list, but we are using an array over here. So let us create an array of, and just create a val, sorry, should be of a val, and arrays of num, which is of equal to arrays of, and I need to pass this particular value. Just copy and pass it over here, and I just arrays of num over here, and I think I'll pass a num1 first of all if I want to create more. And now this from operator, I can go to over here and I call it from here. So I will just call the following from operator. That's it, I just have to call it over here. And then let us run our application, and let's go to the logcat, and let me clear it out all of this. And we should get some printout. And on next we get that one, because we are observing as an array. We got it 1 2 3 4 5 till the 12, and first is called on subscribe, on next, and on complete. And then if you go back over here, and we can create another one. Let me create this one and paste it over here, and let's say it's of a 2, array type of 2, and then we say of a 10 20 30 let's say 40 50 60 70 and 80 90 and 100 and 10 110 120. And let us run this one. Sorry, I need to pass it over here. So let us pass that arrays of num2s over here. So it should observe a 2 value, because the observable should emit a 2 arrays over here, which is num1 and num2, and then we should be able to get that value the 2 time. So if I run this one, and if I go to the logcat over here, and then we should see that 2 time on next is called, because we are observing we are emitting a 2 object of a arrays over here. On next is called 2 time. So I think that's all for this lesson, and we'll meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture. And today we will see about the from iterable. So let's say we have a list of an item and we want to emit a value in a sequence. So here we have a list of nums, and we want to emit a value in a sequence 1 2 3 4 continuously. But in the previous, in a just and if from operator, we saw it was emitting a single object. It was not going through each item inside the object, but it was emitting a single object for us. So let's say we want to get a value for each of these items inside the list. So let's go and create a function over here, and I'll say from iterable iterable of opera operator, and inside this we will create operator operator. And first of all, create a variable val observable observable, which is of equals to observable. Just make sure you take from the reactive x, and just from iterable. So if you can, let's go and check this one documentation. What does it say? Converts an iterable sequence into a observable that emits the item in a sequence. So it is emitting an item. It's not emitting an object. It's emitting an item in the sequence. And we can see that the type of the items on the sequence type. So we have this one. So from iterable, and we need to pass the iterable of the source. So go back over here, and we will pass this list of which is a mutable list. Just pass it over here. Now we have observable. We need to create an observable. So val obser, we observable, which is of obser observable, which takes from the reactive x. And okay, sorry, I need to create first object over here. So we object and create implement the observer as we have to take the type as the integer, because this is an integer list. So we are expecting an integer over here. And let us implement all of the members. And this is the same that we have previously implemented, all of this. So on subscribe, on next, and on error, and on complete. So what we can do is we can just I think copy from here, right? If we can copy, can I copy this one? So instead of just copying and pasting one by one, I'll just copy and paste it over here. And then this is not the list, it's just the int value that we are getting over here, and that should be fine. So it's the same thing, right? So we are just expecting an integer value over here, and now the on next should be called up to 12 times, because after we subscribe it, it should go to on next and iterate, because we are using from iterable and we are passing the list over here. So iterable is the list that we have, and it should iterate over this. It's like a for loop. So if you know the for loop and the while loop, so it's going to the loop through all of this and give us the value over here. So now we have a from iterator. Let's go and observe this one, observable, and subscribe to this one, and let's subscribe it, and we need to pass, when we subscribe it, we pass the observer. So all of this can be done in a very less code, and on the next lecture I will show you how to make use of the lambda expression to sort on all of this boilerplate code, because you can see it's a lot of code that we have to write again and again, but there is a sort of way making use of the lambda expression. So I will show you that one in the next lecture. So now we have a from iterable operator. Just copy this one and go to the main activity, and from here I will just call that function. Okay, and now let us run our application, and let's wait for the application to come up, and let's go to the logcat. And okay, now we can see that we have unsubscribe is called whenever we subscribed over here. That is, whenever we subscribe, it's calling the unsubscribe function, the overridden function, and then on next it's called based on the how many items we have inside this mutable list. So we have a total of 12 items. So it went through and looked and emitted one by one. So 1, 2, 3, 4 till 12, and finally it got completed. So that's great. So we learned about how to iterate through the list of the items and iterate items in a sequence. So it's emitting a value in a sequence for us. That's great, right? So I hope you guys got it, and I try to do and practice it more, and it's really useful from iterable, because we have to use it a lot. If you are doing a real programming or you are creating a real project, it's a lot of time we get the values from the database, or you get the values from the API, and you have a list of items, or you have a list of products, and you have a list of the users. And if you want to emit that particular value and check something and perform something, so that this is really useful, because we have to iterate through all of these items. So this is really useful. So we have to take you just practice it more. So that's all, and we'll meet up in the next lecture, and we will see about some more operators that we can make use. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lecture, and today we are going to learn about the range operator in RxJava. And also we'll go and see how to refactor our code, because if you take a look on this code is quite verbose. We don't have to actually go and write all of this implementation. We can refactor it using the lambda expression. So this is our verbose code, and we will try to refactor it using the lambda expression. And the another thing that we'll learn is about the range operator. So let's go and create another function below over here, and I'll just call it the function range operator, range operator. And this should return type, we want to do some return type is of the observable, observable. So we want to return type is observable, and the type, later we will see what type we want to return first. And then I want to return over here is the observable, and let's make use of a range. So this is the observable of range, and if you go to the implementation of this range, you can see we need to pass the two arguments over here. One is start and the count. And what does it says about the start is the value of the first integer in sequence. So value of the first, the integer we need to pass, the integer is the sequence. So let's say a 0 or 1, which is the starting point, and the count, the number of sequential integer to generate. And how many sequential you want to generate is a count, and it returns the observable that emits a sequence of integer with a specified range. So it will return or the image value in the sequence of the range that we provide. So let's go back, and the return type we just saw is of the int, so we will say a integer return type. And then the starting point we will give as from, we want to start from, let's say 1, and the range that we want to generate, let's say I'll just give of a 10, the count of a 10. And let's go back and to our main activity over here. Now we need to implement it over here. So we are just creating the observable, we are just returning an observable over here. On the previous function we created the observable, and we created the observer, and we subscribed to that observable over here. And that's all, we did everything inside this function, but now we are just returning an observable from here. So that's our main difference. And I will go to over here, and now I'll just say over here, what is the function name is the range operator, right? Range operator dot, then I will subscribe it. So you can see that on next is also available over here. So I'll just subscribe to this one, and inside this I'll use a lambda expression. So I'll just give a curly brace over here. This is the int value that we are receiving, and the next curly brace we receive a throwable which is of on error, and on finally we can make use of this is incomplete. So same thing that we have refactored the code quite less, because we don't have to write all of this boilerplate code anymore. So we have skipped this one. We have on next, we have on error, and we have incomplete. So just copy the code from here, and I will just paste it over here. I need to remove this one, so the tag, and on next I have the int value. So this is not t, it should be of the it, because we are getting a value. And the throwable, I can just copy the code from here too, right? Just copy this one and paste it over here, and I can remove this one too. And on error is it we are receiving as a it, and I have to pass it as a it dot to a string, and I can remove, I think that's one too. And then we have on complete, so I will just copy this one too and paste it over here. Now I can remove this one. So now we have certain that code. If you take a look, the difference over here. So we have implemented everything over here, and we just return our observable over here, and we implemented it over here. We subscribe it, and when we subscribe it, we have all of the function available for us. This is a lambda shorthand we can make use, and this makes a code much more verbose and I think much more readable. We can do the same thing on the same function, but you can also go and do the same thing over here in this function. But we want to return the observable. I just want to show you how we can do many things, right, in a different ways. So I am returning an observable. Don't get confused over here. So don't get confused over here, right? So first we are doing everything on this function, but now we are returning an observable. This is the observable. And then we have subscribe it. So we go over here and we subscribe it over here. Because this function is returning an observable, then we subscribe it and we implement the function over here. So all of the member function that we have, we implement over here. So make sure don't get confused over here, right? So you may be a bit confused at the first time, but if you try it and try to understand it clearly, what we did, we created an observable over here, and we created an observable over here, and then we subscribe to the observable in the same function. We did everything inside. But here we just created an observable and return that observable here, right? We just return it, and then to the observable we have to subscribe it and pass the observable, right? So we have created an observable, then we subscribe it and we pass the observable over here. And we did the same thing. We got that the observable and we subscribe it, and we created or implemented all of the member function using the lambda expression. That's it. So I hope you got it, and let me try to run this one, and let's see our range. Don't forget about the range that we are actually implementing. So if you go over here, we see the 1 to the 10, and we got incomplete at the end. So it's coming up here, right, on next from 1 to 10. And if we change the value, let's say I want to where is that our observable here, let's say we change from 1 to 100, and if you run it, we should get that 1 to 100. Yeah, if you go over here, you see that we starting point is of 1, right, and ending point is of the 100. So if you go over here, yeah, ending point is of 100. That's it, and I hope you enjoyed this one, and we'll meet up in the next lecture, and till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture. And today we are going to learn about the another operator. Let's make use of the repeat operator over here. So what we will do is I'll just copy the same function. I don't want to rewrite everything, so I'll just copy the same function. I'll just change this one to repeat. So our repeat, right? So repeat operator. So we have a repeat operator, and then let's generate the same number of let's say 1 to 10, and then what I want to do is I want to repeat it. So let's say we generate a range from 1 to 10, and let's repeat it how many times that we want to. If you take a look of this implementation of this repeat, it takes its return type is of general type of T, returns T that repeats the sequence of item emitted by the current identifier. So it repeats the sequence of item. So whatever item we are emitting, it's repeat first. So what we need to do is we will go back, and if we check a scheduler, does not operate by default in a particular scheduler, and I think that's not important. And let me see. Okay, so that's it. So let's go back and let us try to repeat how many times that we want to repeat it. Let's say I want to repeat it 2 times. So it will generate a number from 1 to 10 and repeat it for the 2 times. What we did is we just created a observable of a range from 1 to 10, and then we repeat it for the 2 times. And then we will go back to our main activity over here, and then let me try to, I think, comment out this one, so we are not going to use it. And over here I'll just say a repeat operator that we have, and then just subscribe to it, and inside this we will implement all of our member function that we have on next, and this is for the on error, and this is for on complete. So I can just copy the same thing and just paste it over here. Just copy and paste it, and the on complete finally. So what we will take a look over here is we will receive this value over here 1 to 10, and it should repeat for us the 2 times. So let's just go and run our application, and let's go to the logcat over here, and let us take a look. I think it's already done on complete. Yeah, it has been printed out 2 times. So 1 to 10 and again 1 to 10. So finally on complete. So when it repeated the 2 times, then our finally we got on complete. So until and unless all of these are repeated, then we cannot get the on complete. So that's the thing that we are looking at, which is of the repeat operator. So I think you guys got it. If you want to repeat a same observer to perform some tasks 2 times or 3 times, or how many times that you prefer, then we can make use of the repeat operator. It's really useful sometimes because we want to repeat some kind of code, we want to just perform some kind of task at a multiple time. So at that time we can make use of the repeat operator. So that's it, and I hope you enjoyed this lecture. We will meet up in the next video, and we'll see some more topics. So till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture. And today let's go and see about the another operator, which is of interval operator in RxJava. So let's go and continue, and let us create our function over here that returns the observable of let's create a function, and this should return an interval. It's an interval interval opera interval operator, and return type is of the observable that we want to return. And the type, let us check off later what type is the return type, and I want to return the observable over from here, observable dot interval. So let me return type, and if you go to the implementation, then we can check for the it's from here, interval from ReactiveX extension. So here it's also the same thing. So if you go over here, the return type is of long, so I think we implement that one over here. It's the return type is of long, and go over here, it takes the long initial delay and the period, so it's on the time unit. So the initial delay time to be where is the initial delay, the long period over here, and the time util. So we need to pass actually a 3 argument, but let's take a focus on the period and the unit. So the initial delay time if you want to delay our initial time, to wait before emitting the first value. So if you want to wait for a certain time to emit a value, then you can provide the first argument. And the second is a period, the period of time between each emission of a subsequent number. So let's say you emit a first value and the second value at what time interval you want to emit those values. Let's say 1 second, 1 hour, 1 day. So depend on that one at a time sequence that you want to. Each interval is emitted a value, and the unit, the time unit for both, whether it's a day, hour, or minute, or millisecond, all of those. If you take a look, return and observable, that emits the code of after the interval delay and every increasing number after each period of time is thereafter. So which means that it will emit a value after the initial delay, and then it will sequentially pause for the certain millisecond, and then again execute the another or the emit the another value. So let's go and implement, and let us see in the practical way. So the first value, there is periodically 3 value that we have to pass over here. If you take a look over here, we have a 3 value over here passed. But let us try to let us go and pass the 2 value first. One is a period and one is of the time unit. So I want to emit at least on one first, or once. Let us use 1 second. So I say time unit. We have a time in second, millisecond, day, hour. So let's make use of a time unit of a second. And then which means that this interval is emitting some let's say it's emitting after 1 second. Take a look, period is of 1 second. So after 1 second it's continuously emitting a value, right? So if we go, and now let us try to implement this one. So I will just comment out this one because we are not going to use it anymore. And then I will go and say that the int interval operator, that I need to subscribe that one, and inside this subscribe it, I will just copy this one. I don't have to rewrite. Okay, so here we are receiving a long, and you will see that what they have value. So let's try to run and let us see what it actually does. If you go to the logcat, now let us go and see on next 0, 1. So every second it's trying to emit the value, you can see, and it's continuously emitting, and it's not going to stop because we don't have any implementation that will go and stop this emission or the value is emitting. So we haven't provided any option that it should stop, because we said that just on the interval you just go and emit every 1 second, you just go and emit a value. So it will just go and emit a value continuously. There is no point to stop until and unless you stop or you exit your app or you kill your app. So if you go to the application, it's running over here, which is of this one, and even you close, you go back, then still that value is got emitting. And until and unless, I think we have to, the app is running over here, the RxJava basic. So let me try to close that one. Then when your app is closed or it's completely gone out of this stack, then you got stop. So if you try to increase this value, let's say every 2 seconds, right, every 2 seconds that you want to emit a value, and when that value is emit every second that you want to perform some tasks, is really helpful, because whenever you receive some value, let's say you receive every second you receive some every second you want to trigger some function, or you want to call some code in the background. So it's really useful over here. So what I will do is I'll create a one function over here. So let me create a private function, and I'll just say get location. So I want to get a location every minute. So let me just go and log.d log.d, and I'll just say tag, and here I'll just print out the location. Let's say latitude, latitude, which is of, let's say 102 dot, 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 dot. And then we have another one is latitude and longitude longitude, longitude, and the value of each of one dot dot dot. Okay, so we want to print out this one. So let's say every second or every 2 seconds we want to call this function, right? So I'll go over here and I will call that function every 2 seconds, because we have changes to the 2 seconds. So every 2 seconds I want to go and execute this function. That's really helpful. So until and unless my app got killed, I want to call this function every 2 seconds. Normally in Android application, you have to make use of some different code. You have to write the different lot of code is involved there if you want to do the same tasks, right? So if you have been familiar with it, if you want to do the same thing, like let's say if you want to create, or if you want to run a task every 2 seconds or every 5 seconds, you have to make use of threading, create different implement different things, right? So that's not the case over here. You can see that how easy it is to create an interval. I just create an interval over here, and I have a really good over here that every time I call it, and I can also handle an error, right? So this is really easy and really useful, because it's quite helpful for the Android developer. Sometimes you want to run a different code on every second, and instead of creating a service or instead of creating a different thread, so all of this can be eliminated using the RxJava, using the interval. And now if I go and run this code, and I should be able to call that function every second. So let us wait. Now every 2 seconds it's going to call, right? So if every 2 seconds it's going to call that particular function for us. So that's great. And let's see how to stop it. So how do we stop this particular? So let's see how we can stop, because it's going to run until and unless. So let's say you have some requirement that after 2 times of execution, or after the 10 times of execution, you want to stop this particular interval. So how we can do is that I can say that take while. So I have an option. We have an option of take while, and this take while we get a let us implement take while. And sorry, I can clear it out. This one take while, and here I get the ID of long. So I will just say sys of value. I will make use of lambda expression while the take while the value, and I will just say the value each of value each of less than or equals to less of the 10. So when the value reads of, we get a value over here. If the value reads as the less than the 10, then we are actually going to stop that particular this observable. So we will stop, or we will call onComplete after the 10 emission of this particular interval. So let's go and run our application, and let's go to the logcat over here, and let us go and check. So it should be after the 10 times, so 0 1, and let's wait for the 10 time. And you can see over here that after the 10, the value is 10, it called the onComplete, because after 10 we said that after, if it is less than 10, then just go and call the onComplete, because we don't want to observe it after the value is at 10. So that's how we are going to stop it. Otherwise it will go and run until your app is got killed. And let us also see about the initial delay, because it's taking a 3 parameter. We just take a look on the 2 parameter for now, the initial delay. So let's make use of initial delay, and I'll just say after initial delay is of 5 seconds, right? And then we after each, then every 1 second, then we want to continue. So after 5 seconds is the initial delay. So let us run out the application, and let's go to the logcat. So we will see that after 5 seconds, then we should get the first emission over here. So just wait. Okay, yeah, we got it. And if you take a look over here, I think this is the first over here. This is the first emission. After 5 seconds, we say that the delay for the 5 seconds for the first emission. So I hope you enjoyed this lecture, and let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture, and let's go and see about the timer operator in RxJava. So what we'll do is we'll go and create another function over here, and I will say timer timer opera timer operator, and then we will say return type is of the observable, and let's see the letter the return type, and over here I'll just return the observable of the timer. So it's really you can see that the Android Studio is quite intelligent. You can see whenever I type a timer operator, it give me the first thing to select is the timer. That's really interesting, right? So it's quite intelligent. Your IDE is quite intelligent. It's already known that what you are going to get. So observable the timer. That's really helpful, right? And we have a timer, and the timer, if you go to the implementation of this timer, I will go to reactive X timer. Let's go over here, and it takes a delay, the initial delay before emitting a single value, and the time unit before use for the delay. So we have to pass it two parameter over here. One is the delay and the unit in the time. The returns an observable that emits code or after a specified delay, then completes. So it's not emitting continuously, and previously you saw that it was when we actually make use of the interval, it was a continuous emission of the value, but here it's just after a specified delay it will emit the value and then completes. So it will just complete after a first emission. It will not go for the continuous emission of the value. Just take a note over here. It's just a one-time emission of the value, and the initial delay we have to pass, and the time unit. So let's go over here, and if you take a return type, it's a long, so we have to pass return type as observable of the long over here, and the timer is the initial value. The delay is of let's say after the 5 seconds we want time unit dot second. So after 5 seconds, then we want to execute. We want to get over here. Let's go over here, and let me copy the same thing. So and let me copy this one, and let me comment out this one, and then I'll paste this one, and then I will call that function. So my function name is timer operator. Just copy and paste it, the timer operator, because we are implementing the same. So implementation is same over here, and every time we get after the first emission, we are getting the value, and then we get the location. So after a 5 second, I want to call a certain function. So let's say after 5 minutes of usage your application, you want to perform some action. Let's say this is really helpful, right? So after, let's say it's time operator, if it is delay after 5 seconds, then it will call on next, and on the next you receive, then you want to perform something, and then it completes it after the one time of execution. So let's run our application, and let's go to the logcat over here, and let's wait for the 5 seconds, and then it should call our function. So yeah, it called our function, which is of this one, to get the latitude and longitude, and then it got completed. So that's the thing that we have to take note, is complete on the first emission of the value, and we can pass the certain delay. Let's say after 5 seconds or after 5 minutes you want to perform some action, then it's really helpful over here. So I think that's all for this lecture, and hope you enjoyed this, and we will meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture. And in this lecture we are going to learn about the create operator in RxJava. So let's go and get started. So first of all, I think I will just copy the same function over here, and let us rename this one as the create operator, REAT, create operator, and the return type is of observable, and of the type is of the, let's say, int. And then I'll remove this one and just say a create operator over here. And if you go to the implementation of this create, what does it requires the observable on subscribe that we have to pass, and the type, let's go on the top and let's see what does it says. Provides an API via a code observable. So don't worry about the code observable, we'll take a look on later classes. That bridge the reactive world with the callback style world. So actually it helps us to have some customize our observable, that we can have some like callback style. So we can actually go and implement some of our own logic on the on next and on error. So all of this we can actually have something like callback style. So we will see that there is some customizable for this on create. So let's go and take a look. I think we does not operate by default. Okay, so don't worry about that one. I'll just go and make use of that one. It says that it requires a, can say, observable on subscribe. So I'll just go and make use of observable on subscribe from here, the reactive X. So just make use of this one. And here the return type, the type is of the int that we want. And let us make use of the lambda expression. And now we have the emitter, observable emitter as the IT. Using that IT, we can do a lot of things. So let's say make use of our try catch over here and try the catch, and I'll catch the exception over here. And when there is an exception, what we will do is we will say it.onError. So we have access to on error, then I will just, whenever there is an error, I will pass that error. And then inside this try catch, let us use some logic, our custom logic. So for, I will just say it dot, and not it. So let's say for I in, I think we have a list. Yeah, this one, m list num. For I in m list of nums. Then we have a for loop, and I will just call the on next. Sorry, it should be it dot on next. I'll call the on next on the loop, and I'll just say I, and let's say multiplied by 5. So we have some customization over here on the next, and here we use our own logic. So that's the main thing over here. And then I will call the, after the loop is complete, then I can call on complete, sorry, it dot on complete. So it should be on complete, right? Okay, that's we have created an observable of the create operator using a create operator, and then we created it in your own way. And then whenever we have this for loop, we are emitting that on next, and after the for loop finishes, then we can say that it is completed. Then if we have some error, we will give an on, we call it it.on error. So now we will go back to on activity, and let us implement that one. So I think I'll just recall, I think I can just copy the same thing, right? I think I'll copy the same thing, and let me remove the commenting over here. And the thing is that I need to call the create operator. The same thing that we are calling, we get the int value over here, and I think we don't have to call get location over here. Let us see just what value we are getting over here. And let's go and run this application, and let us wait for the application to come up. Go to logcat, and now you can see that we got a 5, 10, 15, 20 up to 60, and finally we got on complete call. So if you take a look over here, and this is multiplied by 5 into 1 is 5, and 5 into 2 is 10. So all of this multiplication is working, and then when the loop completes, we have called the on complete. But if you never call this one, it's not going to call this on complete, because we have over here on complete is called over here. But if you never provide that implementation over here, it is not going to call that function, so on complete. So if you go and take a look, yeah, does it call? So yeah, it did not call that function, right? So on complete. So make sure you call this function over here. So this is a more customizable. So if you want to customize it, and we have some our own implementation, we can make use of the create operator. But we very seldomly use in the Android development, unless you have some way to, you have some requirement for customization of the observable that you are returning. So that's it for this lecture. Hope you enjoyed this one. And if you didn't understand it, it's okay. You can just go and practice it more and try to understand it, because it's really a new topic, and First of all, when I was learning the RxJava, it was also quite difficult for me to understand in the first lecture or the first time whenever I studied it. But later, when I actually go and practice it more, and I had a better understanding about what actually is doing. So I will recommend you to go and practice more. Then at that time, you'll understand it more. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture, and let us see about the filter operator in RxJava. So let's go to the filter over here. It says that emits only those items from the observable that pass a predict test. So it will predict something, and if it is passed, then only it will go to the whatever is observing it. So we have let's say 2, 30, 10, 5, 61, and we have set a filter over here which says that if x is greater than the 10, then it will pass it to the below observer. And we have a turn, it says the 30 is passed, and then the 22 is passed, and then 60 is passed. So let's go and create this one in our project. So I'll go back to my project over here, and let us create a function over here, and then I will just create let's say this one is a filter filter operator operator. And I have created one data package over here, and inside this I have created one user data class, and that is takes the ID, name, and the age. So just create this class over there which takes a user and it's of ID, name, and age. And I have created a list over here. If you go over here, I have a m user list, which is a mutable list, and I have created a user list of users over here which has of demo 1 2 3 4 5 6 and has a different age over here. So we'll see how to filter it out, the user that passes the age filter. So for that, what we'll do is we'll go over here and we will return observer observable. So the type of observable that we want to return is the user type, and the type is of user. And let's go and return the observable observable. Let's use a from iterable because this is a list, so we want to iterate to the list and we want to do something. So let's say we want to from the m list of the m user list. So let's say we are getting a list of users from the API, or you are getting a list of users from your local DB. So from, we say from iterable because we have a list of and we want to iterate it. And then what we will do is I will go over here and let me make use of that one. I'll call that function is from the function name what we just created is filter operator. So let us call as a filter operator that function, and here I will add a filter option. So if I filter option, and in this filter option I get a user, so I need to set a option to filter it. So what I want to do is it dot I will say age. If it is of greater than, let's say, of 18, then I want to filter it. So if I go over here and take a list, I have a 1 2 3 4 5 6, and I have 15 ages of 15 18. So 1 2 3 4 4 items should be passed, and these 2 items should be excluded from our list. So what I will do is over here, and then I will have to subscribe it, and in the subscribe we have to do the same thing. So just copy the same thing. I think I just copy it, and unsubscribe it, I will just use the same thing. So the main thing that what we have done over here is I have used a filter operator over here to filter the particular age. So if the user passes that age is greater than 18, then it will go to the unsubscribe. Otherwise, it will not be called on over, or the subscribe will not be triggered over here. So let's run our application and let us test it out. Let me go to the logcat over here and just filter it out by the main activity. And you can see that the on next is called on this particular 3 4 5 6, which has an age of 20 21 23 and 22. That's really easy to do, right? So we have a very less code over here. Otherwise, if you want to filter out the actual data, you have to write a lot of codes. And then if you go to the over here observable, we have a written just an observable from iterable. We want to iterate through the list, and when we get a list item over here, when we get the each users, we check whether that user age is greater than 18. If it passes, then it goes to the unsubscribe, and finally it will complete. So let's make use, if let's say that the age is less than of 20, so we should get a 2 value. If I go over here and check that the list has a 2, so let's run our application and we should get a 2 user over here printed out on the next. Yeah, that's correct. So we get a 2 user printed out over here because it filtered out only the 2 from there. And we can do a lot of other options like a filter using the name. So if I say that name, which is of equals to I can just say demo1, and if I go and run this one, I should get only the user with the name of the demo1. So I get only one which has the user of a demo1. So it's really easy that we can use a filter operator using RxJava, and it's really helpful when you are developing an actual application, because we have a lot of options, or we have a lot of requirement to do a filter on the list or the item that we're receiving from the database or from particular select any user. So all of this can be done very easily using the filter operator in the RxJava. So just go and practice it, and I hope you will enjoy it. And if you have any problem over here, just do let me know. So we'll meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back. So let us continue with our lecture, and let us see about the last operator. So if you go to the last operator, you can see that emits only the last item, or the last item made by some condition. So which means we can add some condition emitted by an observable. So the item that has been emitting by the observable, we can add some condition, or let's say we want to emit only the last item from that observable, we can do that. So it's a 1 2 3 4, that means you get a 4. And if you move this 1 to at the end, you can see that only the 1 is output at the end. And if you see, if you move a 3, then you can see that you get a 3 over here. So you can see that only the last item get at the come out from the observable. Observable is emitting some value, and we say we only want the last item from this observable, then we can get only the on next is only we get a one the last item. So let's go and see in a practical way that how we can do that one. So let us create a function over here, and I have just a function and the last operator, last operator, and the return type is of the observable, and the observable of, let's say, a user. And then we will say that the return the observable, and I think from iterable, let's make use of the from iterable, and I want to pass the user list over here. So we will pass a list of the users, and then we will get the user as a output. If you go over here, and we will say that it's a last operator, and I can apply that filter, that the last, and in the last I will say that if you go to the implementation of this last, it says that the by default item to emit if the current observable is empty. So we can pass some condition over there that if that particular list is empty, or if the emitted item is empty, then it should have some default item. And if you go on the top, you say that returns are single that emits only the last item emitted by the current observable, or a default item of the current completed without emitting any value. So we can also set a default item. Let's say if there is no item in that particular list, or whatever is coming out from the observable, there is no item. So we can also set a default value. So here we can actually add a default value. So for that, if we go over here, and we need to get a user, so I will take the first one. Let's take the first one, and if there is an empty result, then we get the last one from this default one, and then I can subscribe to it.
and after subscribe we can add the same. So I'll just copy from here. Is it the same? Just copy it and paste it over here. What does it says? I'm not getting the IT. I'm not getting it. So what I'm getting over here, I think I don't have on complete over here. Yeah. Why I'm not getting on complete is if I go to the observable, it says its return type is of single, and the single doesn't have the return type is before. If you take a look, and let me go and show you that one. If I go to the filterable and if I take a look on this filterable, so let me uncomment this one. If I go to the filterable implementation, is returning the observable. You can see the observable. So observable has let me go over here. The observable over here, when we have when we subscribe it, we have on next, on error, and on complete. But whereas if we go to the let us go to the, where is that one? If I go to the last, it says its return type is of the single. So single doesn't has the on error, sorry, on complete. So if you go over here, implementation of single, then there you can see here, you can go and read through all of this subscription. But what actually it says is that the return type of the last is returning a single. It's not returning an observable, it's returning a single, which is another kind of the observable. We will see it on later. But it says that it's the return type is of single, so we cannot have the on finished over here. Whether it's whether you get an item on success or you get an error. So there is only an on next or on error. So if you have, or if your condition is met, or if there is an item that you are emitting, it has some value, it will goes to the on next. But if there is no error, if there is an error, it will just go to an error, but there is no complete over here on the if we get use of the single observable. You can see that, note that this is by design subscription via the single observable. It's a single observable. You can see it's not an observable but a single observable. That is another kind of the observable we will take a look on later. So let's go and go back to our, and let me comment this one out. And I think that's it. So let us try to run our application. And if we go to the logcat, and we got the last one. So if you take a look there, we get the user's ID is 6, name is demo, and the age is of 22. So that means if we go over to the operator, and this is the last one that we are getting from here. And let's say if we have an empty list of the users, so I will just let me just duplicate this one, and I will just say m user empty empty list, and let me remove all of this and let me call it as a empty list. Let us create an empty list over here of the user, and then we will pass this empty list of user over here. And now this, since this is an empty, now we should be able to get the default one, since this is a default value. So if I run this application, we should get the ID1 demo1 of 15. So if you go to the logcat, we get that one. So this means that we are getting the default one. And also there are other options, like if I comment this one, and if I go over here dot and emit last image. So if I give a last image, then we don't have to provide the default value over here. So if I go and let me go to the let me run this one first, and let us go to the logcat, and let us see what we get. We don't get anything over here because that the list is of empty. So if I go over here, we have passed the empty list over there. We didn't get anything any value because of this is an empty. And then we will just pass this the user list over here, which has some value. And if I go and run this application, we should get the last one. So last element over here. We don't have to provide any of this default value over here. And you can see that we get the last one. And let us see the another one, which is of let's say dot last, last or error. So if you want to get an error, which case it gives a single user or the error. So if I go over here, last or the error, and if I pass over here the empty list that we have. So if I pass, let's see what we get. Let's see whether we can get an error or not. So if I run this application, and let's wait for the application to come up. So we get the on error. This means no such element exception. So which means that this list is in empty, and if you want to get an error, then we can make use of the last or the error. So that's all, and hope you enjoyed this one, and we'll come up with some of the more interesting topic on the next lecture. Till then, have a great day.
Yeah, hi there, and welcome back. So let us continue with our lecture, and let's see about the distinct operator in RxJava. So what does it actually says is a subphrase that duplicates item emitted by an observable. So if the observable is emitting a duplicate item, we can distinct, or we can only emit the distinct one. So let's say we have 1 2 2 1 3, which means that 1 exists a 2 time over here, and also the 2 exists a 2 time over here. So which means only we get a 1 1 each of all of this item. So let's go and implement all of this in our project. So let's go back, and I have added some of the items over here. So I have added a 6 7 and 8, and you can see that the age each of the same. You can see age is of 20. For ID 7 and 8, we can get the same age, 20 to 22, and for the user 5 and 6, we have a same age of 23 and 23. So let's go and add this one, and we'll go and create a function over here below. So function, and I'll just say DISTINCT OPERAT, distinct operator, and the return type is of the OBSER observable, and the type of the user we want, and then we will return the observable from here. Let's use a from iterable for this user list, and pass it over here, the user list. So now we get each user from our observable. Now if I go over here and let me implement that one, each of the DISTINCT distinct operator dot, and I will apply the distinct over here. So let me make use of the lambda expression, and I get a IT as a user. So now I can apply IT dot apply on this edge. So I want to check for the distinct on this edge. So let's say if there is a duplicate edge, then that will not we will get only one emission of that particular duplicate item. So if I go and subscribe this one, and let us subscribe it, and after subscribe, I can just copy the same thing from here and paste it over here. Here we get on success, on error, and on complete. We get a 3 over here, because if you go to the distinct implementation, it's a observable. So return type is of observable. That's why we get all of this, which is of on success, on error, and on complete. Whereas on the previous one, we saw that it was a single observable where we get on success or on error. There was no on complete. So let's run our application, and we should only get the distinct item from here. So that we should get only 5 and the 7. So 6 and 8 should be emitted from this list. If you go to the logcat, and let us check the logcat. Yeah, you can see that 1 2 3 4 and 5 is there, and 7 is there. So 6 and 8 is 6 and 8. This 6 and 8 is emitted from the observable emission, because we apply the distinct on the edge, and the edge we see there is some duplicate item. And let's go back, and let us say that we don't want to implement this way. So if I let us arrange it properly, and I will just comment out this one, and I'll try to make use of the another distinct operator. Sorry, it should be dot the distinct. So I don't want to base on the particular the edge. I just want on the whole user list. So I say just the distinct over here, which means that it is applying to the whole the user object. So not the particular and the age or the any other field for this particular object, but we are applying it to the user object itself. So let's go and run itself, and let us see. I think we will get all of this because there is no duplicate user over here. So all this is distinct. So you can see 1 2 3 4 5 6, and name also is a different, but only the age is of has a duplicate item, which means that we should get all of the, yeah, we get 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. But if we have some duplicate item, let's say this for the 8, let us create a duplicate item for the user 8, so which is id is same and name is same and the age is same, so which means this is the same object. And let us try to run it again. So that should exclude us from the dimension. So you can see we get only 1 8 over here because it's a same, we have a same object over here. And if I create a 7 for the duplicate one, that too should be emitted. So it's checking for the whole object, not for the particular the member variable that we have inside that object. So we get only the whole object over here. That's great, and I hope you enjoyed this lecture. And if you have anything, just do let me know, and we'll come up with some more interesting topic on the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back. So let us continue, and today we'll go and see about the skip operator. So if you go to the skip operator, it says that they suppress the first n item, which means that we need to pass the value over here for the n and items emitted by the observable. So let's say the observable is emitting 1 2 3 4 items, and we say we skip the 2. So skip 2 in, that means that 1 and 2 is skipped, and we get the 3 and 4 on our observable. So when we observe it, we get 3 and 4, but the first initial value of 1 and 2 is skipped. So let's go back to our project over here, and let me go back to the operator over here, and let's make use of the user list. And I will just copy this function. Let me copy and paste it over here. So this should be of the skip operator, and from iterable we say the m user list. M user list we have up to 8 items. So let's skip the first and the second item. So I'll go back to the activity over here, and let me comment out, or let me copy the whole thing. So just comment this one out, and let me paste it below over here. And then we say this one as a skip operator, and on the skip operator we want to skip, right? So dot skip, so we get a count, and we pass, let's say we want to skip a 2, and then we should skip the first. Let's go over here, and if you check, first 2 will be skipped. And so let us run our application, and let us go to the logcat over here, and you can see that we get the skip 3, we get the from the id from 3 4 5 6 7 and 8, and then if you take a look, we have skipped the value of 2. And then we can also remove the distinct, like what we have said over here, remove the distinct. So if you want to remove the distinct, you can still call the distinct after skip, then we call this distinct. So skip and distinct, so that should give the distinct value with the skip of the 2. First initial of the 2 is skipped, so you can see that we skip the 2 and we don't get the duplicate value over here. And then let's make use of another. Let us comment that skip 2, and let us say skip last. We can see that skip last is there, and skip last count is there, right? And skip while there's a lot of available option for us. And we will say that if you go back to the documentation, and if we go over here and skip last, let's take a look at the skip last 2, and it says that suppress the final n items emitted by the observable, which means that we pass this skip last, and value is the same as the skip first, which will skip the last value. So it's in the reverse order. So if I go back to our project over here, and if I say that skip last,
and the skip last, and I give the count of the 2. So 2 should be skipped from there. And let us try to run our application first, and let me go to the logcat. Yeah, 7 is skipped, and let's go back to our list. The last 2 is skipped over here, and then we have applied the distinct operator. I think this should, if we applied on the top before this skip, let us try to run. So let us see what happens when we apply this distinct on before this skip last. We get the, if we go now, you can check that this 3 is skipped because this is already distinct, so we get only 1, and then the 7 and 8 is skipped over there. So I hope you can see correctly over here. We get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7 and 8 is skipped because this 2 is a distinct, so it will filter out only 1. So this 2 will be skipped. If you take a look over here, what we have implemented. So we set a distinct first, then that means the last 8 is skipped already, and then we get a skipped last 2. So I hope you guys got it. And let us take another example over here. So let me comment out this one and this one too. So there is another option, skip, which takes the 2 parameter. One is the time and the time unit. So if I go to the implementation of this skip, we will go to the observable, this one. So let's go to this one. We will take a long and the time unit. So if I go over here, skip the time and the time unit, is that the length of the time window to skip. So if you want to skip some amount of, let's say I want to skip for 1 second or 1 millisecond or 1 microsecond, so we can skip based on the timing over here, not the count of the item particularly. Previously we did skip on the count of the item, so first and second item was skipped, but here we can also set give the timing to skip the item. So let's say I want to skip for the 3 seconds, 2 seconds, so we can provide that particular skip of the amount. So here returns an observable that skips values emitted by the current observable before a specified time window. So if we can specify the time over here. So let's go and implement that one. So that's really interesting, right? So I say as 2 and 2, let's say time util second. So I think second is too much because we have only around 8 items. So 8 items should be around a millisecond. So I think you guys can play around with it. I think the time millisecond should be enough over here. But sometimes I think we get and sometimes we will not get over here. That depends on particularly execution of the timing. And you can see sometimes we are getting and sometimes we are not getting that one. So you can just, I hope you guys understand the topic over here, the skip based on the timing. So that's the main thing that you have to take a note. So we can also give a count of how many items we want to skip, and we can also give skip the timing based on the timing, right? So that's all, and I hope you enjoyed it. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back. So let us continue with our lecture, and today we are going to learn about the buffer, which is a transforming observable. So which comes under the transforming observable. This is a buffer operator. So let's go and see what this actually does. And it says that periodically gather the item emitted by an observable into a bundle and emits this bundle rather than emitting the item at a time. So which means that when we are emitting some item from the observable, let's say we have 1, 2, 3 and 4, 5, 6 item that is being emitted by the particular observable, and what it does is the buffer will apply, let's say it will bundle. So let's say we pass a buffer of 3, then it will actually go and collect this 3 as a bundle and then emit it at a one time. So you can see buffer, and it will gather the 3 item. So it's not emitting a single item. I think what I mean is it's not emitting a single item from the observable. We have a list of users, but it's not emitting one user at a time. So it will emit
let's say we provide a buffer of a 3, then it will actually emit a 3 item at a time. So it will buffer the 3 item that is emitted by the observable, then it will go and output for us. So let's go and implement this one. And first of all, let's go to the operator, and I'll just copy the same thing over from here. And so let us create a function. So I'll just copy this one and paste it over here. This should be of the BUFF buffer operator, and then we have a from iterable of the user list. So let's go back to the activity, and I'll just copy. I think I'll just copy the same thing from here. Let me copy the whole thing, and then I'll paste it out down below, and instead of the skip operator, it should be of the BUFF buffer operator. And then I'll just remove this section, and then I'll provide the buffer over here, buffer, and then we'll provide the count of the particular item. So let's say we want to buffer 2. So let's go over to our user list. We have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 9. So let us try to buffer a 3. So that should be around 3. So buffer around 3. So, and over here you can see we get a list of user. Now we are not getting a single list or the single user over here. You can say we get a mutable list of the user. So let us try to run our application, and let's go to the logcat over here, and let us clear everything. So now we get on next. So 1 2 3 4 times the on next is called, and we get a list of the users. So this is the first, second user, third user. So we have a 3 user at a time, and here 4 5 6 7 8 and 9, and then we get at the end of 2. So which means that actually we are actually getting a single user from here. From each table we are getting a single, it's emitting each user at a time, because we have a return type of observable of the user. But when we get it over here, we say buffer it 3, so it will collect it the 3 user and give us the list of the users. So I hope you guys understand what actually it does. So try to go and practice, and let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back. So let us continue, and in this lecture we are going to learn about let's go and see about the map operator, and which is under the transforming observable. So let's go to the map, and let's see what does it actually say. So map transforms the item emitted by the observable by applying a function to each item. So which means that when there is an item is emitted by the observable, we can apply some function to it. So which means that we can modify that particular the item that is emitted, and then we can emit a new type of item. So map basically means that we can transform the object that we're receiving, or the item that we are receiving, to another kind of object or the item that we want to modify and emit. So let's go and see in a practical way. It may be a bit confusing over here. So let's go back to our project, and first of all I'll just copy the same thing and same function, and I'll just rename this one to as a map operator. So it's just emitting the user list and type of the user. So let's go back to the main activity, and I'll just copy the same function, just copy it, and let me paste it below over here. And instead of buffer operator, I'll just say as a map operator, and I'll remove the buffer over from here, and just I will say that map, apply the map, and when you are getting the users over here, you get a user. So let's apply some function on it. I just say it dot, I get access to the age, and I will just say that multiplied by the 2. So let us multiply the age by the 2, and down we will get the type, whatever we are returning from. We are returning it.age, so we are getting the integer type, and then we will just go and run this application. So it should modify the age and give us the modified age below here. So the return type is of the integer. Just take a note over here, the return type. So whatever we are applying a function over here, that is being written down over here.
So we are applying integer over here, it.age. We are just accessing the particular variable from that object, and then we are adding a multiplication. So if you go down here, we get a multiplied we get the age that has been multiplied by the 2. So let's say if you want to we are getting a list of we are getting the user, and your observable is emitting a user. So we want to modify this particular user to the another object, let's say a profile or the user profile. So I have created another class over here, which is of data class, and it's a user profile, and it has the same type of the value, that ID, name, and age, and there is one additional variable which is of image. So the profile image has one additional value which is of the image. If you go to the user, we have ID, name, and age, but in profile we have ID, name, age, and the image itself. So let us transform our user object that we are getting, the item that we are getting as a user, and let us try to modify it to the user profile object. So how we can do that is, let me try to comment out, so in case you want to check this one out later. So let me comment out this one, and let's go down and dot map. In the map we are getting a user, so if we get a user. So now I can apply it to the user profile. So I get a user profile, and here I will apply the it.id, comma it the name second, and comma it we have the age. And then finally we need an image, so let me give a string type of image, so https, and we say that the test.com slash, and I will just say the, let me add the it dot the id, id. So we get modify it. So basically we are getting a user, but we modify the item that we're receiving to the user profile. And now in the subscribe, you can see that on next we are getting the user profile. So we are actually getting the observable is type of the user, it's emitting the item type of the user. But when we come to this profile over here, we modify it and transform it to the user profile, and then on next when you are observing, we get the user profile. So it's transforming one object to the another object. So make sure you take a note over here. So map operator we use when we want to transform from one object to the another object, or from one item type to the another item type, or we can apply some function or your custom logic to this particular map and return the type over here. So let's run and let's take a look on the logcat over here. And now we get a user profile, and you can see that we have modified and we have added the image over here. So that's how the map operator works. So just go and practice it, and this is really useful because we will be using a lot in the Android application development. Whenever we are getting some type of user and we want to transform it to the another type of object, this is really helpful. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back. So let us continue with our lecture, and let us take a look on the flat map. On the previous lecture, we saw about the map. So transform the item emitted by an observable into observables. Then flattens the emission from those into a single observable. So basically, you can take a look over. It says that transform the item emitted by the observable into another observable. So the main thing is the observable over here. So we are emitting this item from the observable, but we take a look on we apply the flat map over here, and then again we are transforming that item emitted by an observable into another observable. So just take a look over here and remember this one, that flat map is always returning the another observable. It's taking the emitted value and then again making use of the observable and sending out as the observable. Flatten, you can see it's using a flat map, taking that emitted item and again returning as the observable down below. So I hope it's a bit confusing, but if you take a map, it says that the map transforms the items emitted by an observable by applying some sort of function into. So it's take the emitted value in the map. What happens is take the emitted value and then apply some function over here using the map,
and then it's written that particular emitted item down below. So let's take a look in a practical way. It may be a bit confusing over here. So for that, I'll create one function over here, and let us call this one as a flat map over here, and this should return the user from the user list. Then let's go back over here, and I'll just copy the whole thing from here, and then let's go down and paste that one. I need to close that bracket, and let me minimize this one too, and instead of map operator, I'll say a flat map operator. And now I'll remove this one, and then let us call it as a flat map, because we need to apply the flat map. And when we apply the flat map, you can see we get an error, because this flat map, we have to return some type of observable. If you go over here, transform the emitted item by the observable into another observable. So we need to convert that one, or transform this user profile into another form of observable. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So how do we convert it? It requires the observable source. This is not the observable source. Let's create another observable source from here. Just copy this one, and I'll give a name as get user profile. Get user profile, and then we will return the user profile, and we will take some argument as the ID as the long type, and let's say it should be of a profile. And from observable, from it iterable, and then we have to pass the profile list. And I have created a user profile list over here. You can just go and create this over here. So user profile list, just copy this section and paste it over here, and then I will apply the filter over here. So in the filter, what we want to do is we want to filter out the user profile based on the user ID that we have. So we need to pass user ID, and then we filter out the user profile based on that particular ID. So I'll just say it dot the ID, which is equals to the ID that we pass in as a parameter. So we'll call this get user profile from here. So let me remove this one, and I'll call get the user profile, and I'll pass, we have to pass the ID of the user. So it dot ID. So we get the user, and then we want to get the user profile, and then based on the user ID. So if you run this one, you should get a user profile based on that particular user ID. So if you go to the logcat, so let me clear it out, all of this. So basically what it's actually doing is that this is really helpful, because now we get a list, we get a user, and for that user we want to go and fetch the particular profile. So we get the another user profile based on that particular user ID, and then we have the observable over here. So make sure that when we use a flat map operator, it should be always on an observable. So we have to make use of the observable over here. If you do not put an observable over here, it's not going to work. But if you make use of a map, then it's going to work perfectly, because map is just applying the function to the each item that is emitted by the observable. So observable is emitting the user first, then we are converting, or we are transforming that emitted observable into another observable, and then you get it as over here. But in the map, it's just transforming the item emitted by the observable, and then applying some function over here. So now just don't get confused over here, right? And try to practice it more. And if you go to the logcat, you should get the user profile based on that particular ID. And another option that we can also do is let me create another function over here, and let me try to give you some more example on this particularly on the flat map. And I will have a flat map operator, let's say 2, and we will return a list of the user. So let us say we are getting a list of user from the API, and then I will just say just and return the list of the user. So we are returning the list of the user, maybe from the DB or from the API,
and then we'll go and I'll just copy the whole thing from here and paste it down below, and I'll just say as a flat map operator TWO, I think it should be TW, something like, let's say I give a 2 over here, T2, right? Okay, so I will make use of a T2 over here, and then we get as a list of the user. Now what we want to do is I want to flatten this and get each user from this list. So how do I flatten it? I can just make use of observable observable dot from iterable. So since this is a list, I need to iterate through it, and now I get each user over here. And then what we'll do is after we iterate through each of the users, then I will apply the another flat map over here, and I get a user object over here. Using this user, I can get user profile, and I can pass it dot the ID. So and I get the user profile over here. So that's the multiple way of doing the same thing, right? So we are doing the same thing in a different way. So let's try to run this one, and I will go to the logcat section over here and clear it out. Okay, we get the user profile. So that's the same thing that we are doing. But let us say that if you want to make use of, let's say we make use of the map over here, what will happen? And let me comment this one, and let's say I will make use of the map operator over here, and I will call this function from here. And now you can see it is returning the observable itself. So whatever it's getting, it's returning the same object down below over here. So what it does is that when we make use of a map, it says that get user, and we are getting the profile. But you can see its returning type is of the observable itself. So it's returning the whole whatever object we are getting from here, the item, it's returning the down below. It's not flattening. So this observable should be flattened, and we should get a single observable like what we have mentioned over here. It's then flatten the emission, right, from those into a single observable. We want to get a single observable, not a whole observable. So I will go back to my project, and whereas in the map you can see we are getting the whole observable, it's not flattening. So I can remove this one, and I will make use of the flat map. So here the flat map is more suitable because we want to flatten the observable that we are getting from this particular user profile. So that's all, and I hope you enjoyed it, and try to go and practice more, and you will have a good understanding over it. So till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back. So let us continue with our lecture, and let us take a look on the group by. So it says that divide an observable into a set of observables. Divide an observable into set of observable that emits the different subset of item from the original observable. So it may be quite confusing over here, but let's say we have an observable and we are emitting a value, let's say which is of circle, circle, and circle, and we have a three triangle. These are the item that is emitted by the first observable, and then we apply a group by. And in the group by, we specify that we want to group by this particular circle, and then also group by based on the shape, let's say. So group by based on the shape. So when we group by the shape, then we get a circle and a triangle as a different observable from here. So it's a subset of an item from the original observable, and also set of observable. So this is a set of observable, and this is also a set of observable. So let's go and take a look in a practical way how to implement this one. So let's copy, I think I will copy this one. Let me copy this one. What does it say? We are just, okay, let's just make of this one. Just copy this section, paste it over here, and we are returning the observable of the users. Okay, I'll just say this is this one will make use of a group by. So let's say a group group by operator, and then I'll go over here and let us copy the whole thing from here.
and paste it below down over here, and I will just get the group by operator. And now I'll remove all of this, and instead of here I will add the group by over here. And in the group by, we get when we have a user, let us add some group to this particular user. So I'll just say it dot, I want to group it by the age. So let us group it by the user of the age, and let us go back to the operator, and let me take a look on the list of the users that we have. And let's say we have some same age for the 7. I think let us remove this one, or let me comment out this one, and also this one let me comment out. And we have a 5 and 6 with 23 23, and let's keep a 21 over here for the 7 and 4, which should be grouped over here, and 15 and 15 over here for the user 1 and 3. So it should group particularly by the age for us. So let's go back and let us try to, okay, so we are on subscribe, we get a different group observable. So grouped observable we are getting over here, and it has a integer value and the user. So this is a generic type, we get the int and the user. So we have a grouped observable. Now we need to observe this one in order to flatten it, because this is our observable and we have to flatten it to get the actual value. So let me comment out I think this one, and then I will just say that give a name as a group group. And when we have a group, I will say that group dot subscribe to this group, because this is an observable. So I can go and take the first one, which is on next, and then I'll subscribe on error. So this is on error and on next. So what we can do is on next, I'll just copy this one and paste it over here. And we on the group by, we have a key and the value. So here we get a, let's say a key, and the key should be of a group, and I'll just say $sign and group dot, I can get a key from here, and this is the value, and this should be the value over here, or else I will just give a dash over here. So we get a group key and the value from here. And then on error, I'll just throw this particular error over here, and I can remove this one. Now you can see that when we apply a group by, we apply it to the user, and then we subscribe it, and when we subscribe it, we get a group by observable over there, and then we again subscribe to that observable, and then we flatten it and get the key and the value of that particular the user. So let's try to run this one, and let us see the output that we get. And let's go to the logcat, and now you can see that we get a key of a 15, that is particularly the age, and we have over here 15, and then 18 we have over here, and then this is a 15 group by the 15 too, right? And then we have 23, this is a 5 and 6 is of 23, and 21 for 7, and group 22 is for the 8. So if you go back over here, 15 we have a 1, and this is a 15 over here, key of 15, and then user we have a 2, and that is of here 18. So we only have 1, and 15 is there, another one, which is of ID 3. So in this way we can group by this particular user age over here. We have applied the group by the particular age, and then we get a different observable over here. And also what we can do is, if you want to apply a filter over here, and I can just apply a filter over here, and I just want to apply the filter on this key. So let's say I will take it dot the group or the key, which is of equals to let's filter it out. Okay, I want to only get the age which is of the group is of the 23. So I'll just add a filter of the 20 or the 23 over here, and then we should get that particular
down below. We can also add filter over here. So that's the thing that we can do, and this is how we make use of a group by. We set the particular group by, and then that group by is returning a group by observable, and then again we have to observe with that particular group by grouped observable we are getting over here.
And let's say if you want to get a list of this group users, so let's say I want to get by the list of particular 15 of the user 1 and 3, and also for the 21 and for the 23. So let's say we want to get a list out of this group. So how we can do that one is, let me try to comment out this filter. So we are not going to use it for now, and let me comment this one. Since we have a group by now, and then I can apply the flat map single over here. This will return a single, and over here I will just say as a group group, and then using this group I will dot, I can just say to list. I will convert it to the list, and down below we will get a list over here. So just I'll just copy this section, and let me remove this one over there, and now you can see here we get a mutable list, and then I can just pass the tag, and I will just say this on should be on next, sorry, on next when it is called, then we get the IT. It's a mutable list, and if you try to run this one, we will get a list of this particular. It should be a group by the list of this particular age that we have applied over here. We have applied group by age, so we should get a list of the user group by that particular age. So run this one, and now let's go to the logcat over here, and now you can see we get we have 18 of only one, I think. Yeah, 18 is one, and then we have ID 4 and 7 as age of 21. So ID 4 and 7 is of age 21. Yeah, we get the list over here. And then 8 is of 22. I think we have only one 22. And then we have this one of the 5, 6 is of age of 23. So 5 and 6 of age 23. That is correctly grouped over here in the list. And then 1 and of the ID 3 is of the 15. So this is also grouped over here, and we get as a list. So this is another way that we can get a list out of the grouped one. So that's it for this lecture, and I hope you enjoyed this one. Try to go and practice more, and you will try to understand more. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture. And today we are going to learn about the merge operator, which is under the combining observables. So what does it actually says is combines the multiple observable into one by merging their dimensions. So which means that whenever there is a multiple observable and we want to combine it and merge it into one, we can make use of a merge operator. And if you take a look, we have a two observable that is emitting its value, so 20, 40, 60, and then 1, and then 80 and 100 and 1 again. So this observable and this observable is merged into one, so we get 20, 40, 60, 1, and 80 and 100 and 1 again. So let's take a practical example for this one. I will go back to my project, and let's create a function over here, and I'll just say get user, and this should return the observable and of the user, and let's return the observable from here, observable dot, I think let's make it as a filterable of the m user list. And then I'll copy the same thing over here and create another one of get profile, and this should be of the user profile return type, and from here m user profile, I think what is the user profile list.
Okay, then we have a two observable, and now we want to combine these two observable and merge it into one. So I've created another function over here, and I'll say merge operator, and this function will return the observable, and let's say of any, because we have to merge it, combine the two two observable over here. And then I'll just say return over here the observable dot merge, and I want to merge 1 and 2. So I want to merge the get user first one, get user, and also want to merge with the get profile. So I want to merge these two, and I'm returning an observable. So let's go back to the main activity and let us implement that one. And I will copy all of this from here. I think that should fine. Just copy it, and let us paste it over here. And then I'll remove this one, and instead of it, I'll just say as a merge operator. And then what we get it over here is any, and I just want to log that one. So we should merge these two, and we should get the user as well as the profile of that particular user, and that combining like over here. So we should get as the same over here. So let's try to run this Y application, and let us go to the logcat, and let us take a look. So what we get over as a printout. So we get our first observable that is printed out, and the second observable printed out for us. So which means that the merging of the two observable was successfully done. So we get our next call on each of the observable that is emitting the value, and we get a single observable finally over here. So that's the basic of the merge operator, and it's really useful if you want to combine two observable. And there are multiple other ways that we can merge multiple observable, but this is the first one that we learn. And from this lecture I'll be doing a more I'll cover up lecture more faster, because I want to complete as much as possible in this course. So we will be covering up more topic, but I'll try to explain it more lessly, and I will leave it up to you. Go and search on the documentation, and go and do research on your own. So try to do research more on the merge operator. So we'll meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lesson, and let us take a look on the concat operator over here. So image the emission from two or more observable without interleaving them. So if we take a look, without interleaving them, which means that it will be on the sequence. So let's say we are combining, or we are concatenating three observable over here, and which means that without interleaving means that it should complete after this first one completes, then it should go to the second one, and then so to the next one. So whereas in the merge it was possible that it was the second one before the first one got completed. So on the concat, this first one should complete, and then the second one will go, and then the third one. So on complete should be called on each of these, then it will move on. If you take a look over here, it's similar to the merge. The merge operator is also similar. It combines the emission of two or more observable, which we saw previously, but may interleave them. So which means that may interleave them, whereas the concat never interleaves the emission from the multiple observable. So that's the key thing that we have to take a look. So the order of the emission of this particular, the value that we are observing, it's never lived. So first observable, second observable, and the third observable are in the continuous order. So let's take a look on the practical way how we can do that one. So first of all, I think we'll go to the operator, and I will take this range. So let us make use of the range over here. I think that should be a better example. And I will just, okay, so I think that should be out of here. Okay, we have a merge operator, and let us merge, and let us say that get num 1 to, let's say, 100, and here we get a count range from 1 to 100. And I'll just copy this same function and create another function from num, let's say, 101 to 200. So okay, so I think let's say 1150. And then what we will do over here is from 101 to, I want to get another 50, count is of the 50. And then let us create another function which says that the concat opera, concat operator, and this should be of the return type of the observable of the type of int. And then what we will do is I will just copy this, and I can make use of a similar way that what we have done previously over here. I can make use of all the return type of the observable. So return the observable dot and concat. And if you take a look on the concat over here from the reactive X, you can see that it can take up to a multiple operator. Concat elements of each observable provides bind sequence into a single sequence of the element without interleaving them. And basically, if you take a implementation over here, this can take up to a four observable. We can pass over here, let's say get nums and comma, and if you take, we have a maximum of the 4 observable that we can pass: observable 1, 2, and 3, and the observable 4. It can take up to 4 observables. But since we only have a 2 observable, what we can do is we can directly concatenate for this one. So let me remove this one, and I can just make use of the get number num1 to 100 dot concat with concat with. This is another certain that we can make use, but it will take only one argument over here, so we cannot pass a multiple argument. So concat with, I want to concat with this one, the 2 observable that I want to concat. And what does it actually says is change function invocation get expected. Why? What does it concat with? And I'm getting over here, and I think we miss out the invocation of this function. Okay, that should be fine. And then we can go over here to our main activity, and I'll just copy the whole thing from here, and let us paste it over here down, and let us call that one over here as a concat operator, and then we get the int. And let us try to run this one, and let us see how it combines. And let's go to the logcat, and then we can see here as from 1 to 100 it's printed out, and then it's again combined from the 101 to 150. So this is the same thing that we done on the previously merge operator, but on the concat operator, what it does actually is it can guarantee that the sequence is in order. So first observable, second observable, and third observable will complete in order. Whereas in the merge, it doesn't guarantee that the get profile may be first and the get user may be the second. So it doesn't guarantee. So another thing that we merge also can take up to 4 over here. We can pass up to 4 observable over here, similar to the concat. But if you have just two observable that we want, then I can just make use of concat with, and we can just pass it directly the second observable over here. So I hope you guys got it. Just go and practice more about it, and we learn about the concat operator on this lecture. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back. So let us continue with our lecture, and today we are going to learn about the start with combining operator. And it says that emit a specified sequence of items before beginning to emit the items from the source observable. So if you have a source observable which says 2 and 3 is there in the source observable, which is emitting the value of the 3 and 2, and then we apply start with, and we say start with 1, and then we get a 1 first, then 2 and 3. So this is a start with, like something you can think like a default value that we provide, or something like before emitting this 2 and 3 we have to emit the value 1. So let's go and see in a practical way how we can make use of this start with. Let's go back to the project over here and let's go to the operator. So let me create a function over here and start with operat operator, and the return type is of the observable, and let's say type of int first, and then we will go and return, let's say we want to return first of get numbers from this one. So we want to print this one dot and start with, so we want to start with first start with get num1 to 100. So first from the number from 1 to 100 will be printed, and then it will go to the 0 to 101 to 150. So start with first this one, this observable, and then go on after complete the first observable, then go to the next observable. So that is the one actually straight. So first start with this observable, after this observable completes, then go to the next observable. That is the what it actually does. So we go back to the activity, and we'll just copy this code and I'll just paste it below, and then just copy this method name and just go and paste it over here. And now try to run your application. That should actually go and print out from the 1 to 100 and again 1 to 150. So you can see that it printed out for us from 1 to 100 and then again from 101 to 150. So that is the thing that it's actually doing over here. And we can also do the another way around. Let's say we want to return, let's say get user from here and dot start with. So let's say we want to start with, we need to pass the observable over. You can see that we have to pass the observable. Let's say we pass the single and single observable dot just, and then let us pass the one default value for the user. So let me just copy this user and let me go and paste it over here, and here we will just give a default value of 0 and everything is of 0 and 0. So we start with this one first and then get the user, and this the return type should be of the user. And now if you run this one, so what is the error? So name, okay, it should be comma over here, and let us run this one, and we should get a first value of the user printed out as the 000. Then it will go, and after this is complete, then it will go to get user. So go over here, you can check that we first print out this one and then we print out the users. So I hope you got it, what actually it does. So just go and practice more, and we'll meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day.
Yeah, hi there and welcome back. So let us continue with our lecture and let's see about the zip operator in this lecture. So let's take a look on the zip. It says that combine the emission of the multiple observable together via specified function. So we have a specified function over here and emits the single item for its combination based on the result of that function. So we can apply some function over here, and based on this result of the function, it emits a single item. So let's say we have a two observable over here. First is emitting a number and second is emitting a ABCD. So what does it actually does is that when the first value is emitted from the first observable, then it waits for the second observable to emit this first item, then it combines together and we get a A1. And similarly the second observable, the first observable emit the second value, and then it will wait for the second observable to emit its second value. So it will combine together. So similarly it will combine all of this, and the 5 is left over because it doesn't have to be any combination that can be set with the second observable, because second observable only has 4 items that is emitted, and it is already taken over by the first observable that already emitted the 4 items. So the 5 is excluded from here. The zip method returns the observable, so you can take a look. It returns the observable that applies a function to your choosing to the combination of the item emitted in the sequence. So actually we can apply some function over here and apply some logic over the two observable that we are receiving. So we are receiving a two observable, and we can apply some function and combine these two, and we can return back some observable over here. So let's go and take a look. This may be quite confusing over here. So first of all, I create one function over here and say as a zip operator, and this should return the observable of the, let's say, any for now, and then we will go and op operator, and then I will create a two observable over here. So val num, which is of equals to observable dot just. Let us create a just, and I'll say 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. So we have 5 items for this observable, and val I'll just say char, which is of equals to observable dot just, and I will give a character over here like a comma b comma c comma, and we have after c we have a finally as a d. And let me remove this one. Hey, what happened over here? I haven't closed over here, right? So I need to close this one. Okay, so we have a two observable, and it should be of a char, and then we need a zip operator to all. So I'll just say return observable dot zip, and I need to zip. So I need to pass the zip, the observable that I want to zip. So first is of a num, and second is of the char, and the third is a b function that I have to provide. So b, it should be a b function, and let us make use of the lambda expression. And then I get a t1 and t2, which is basically t1 is for the num and t2 is for our char. And then we can concatenate these two, and I'll just say a t1, and I'll return of the another one $t2. So I'm just concatenating these two and returning the same as what we have over here, a1 a2 2b. So it should give us the same result for us. So just these two observable we have, and then we combine it using a zip operator, and then we applied some function over here to combine it together and return us the single item of this combination. So we'll go to over here on activity, and I'll just copy this one, and here I'll just paste it, and I'll just say that's the zip operator. So it should be a zip operator. And if you try to run this one, we should get the same printout that we saw in the doc. So yeah, a1 2b and 3c and 4d, so 1a, right? So that's it, and I think you guys got it, and this is a simple way that we can actually make use of the zip operator. And let's take a look on another way of doing it on a more complex way. So let me show you in the that should be of a more practical way of doing it. If you are doing some Android development, then we should be able to do on that way. So I have created one file over here. In data, I have a user block detail, which has an ID, user ID, title, content, and the user. And this user is basically this user data class file that we have. And then I have another block. So this block has an ID, user ID, title, and the content. So this is another two data class that I have created over here. And then what I have added is over here, I have added the block list. So this is the block that I have created. So block ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the user ID which created this block. So 1, 1, 1, the user ID 1 has created 2, and the user ID of 3 has 2 has created 3, and the user ID of 3 has created 1, and user ID of 13 has created 1, and basically that's user ID 13 doesn't exist over here. So what we want to do now is we want to solve a problem. So let's say we get a list of a user from API,
and we also get a list of block from the API. So using a zip, it will make use of on the same time. So we make use of asynchronous over here. So it will go and fetch the user list, and it will also go and fetch the block list from the API, and then we apply the zip operator. So the important thing about the zip is it does whenever we zip this to observable, it will do it asynchronously. So if you are fetching from the API, it will go and fetch at the same time. So it doesn't have to wait for the first observable and then for the second observable. So it can complete in the same time. So since we have the data already, now we want to get this user list and the block list, and then we have to convert it to the block detail. So we will say that we will find out that which user has a block, and then based on that we will result out, or we will output only the block that has the user created it. So if the block has the let's say if the block has this user ID matched with the user ID, then we will output that block. So it may be a bit confusing, so let's try to do it practically. So let me create a function over here. So function, and let's say get blogs blocks, and this should return the observable and of the list of the blocks from the, let's say, blocks from the API. So we have a list of blocks that will return from the observable observable, I think observable just should be fine, because we want to return the list. So it should be m block list. So m block list we have, not the zip, it should be just. And then I'll just copy this function, and I think we have we need to get the list of users. So I'll just get the users, and observable list of, we need a list of users, and then here we will just user list, right? So m user list will return the user. So now we have a two API call over here. Let's say, just imagine this is the API call that we are doing, and it's returning a list of the block and the list of the user. So over here what we will do is, let me comment out this one. So I'll just comment out this one for now, and I'll use the same function. So over here I will make use of the observable and just the zip operator that we have, and then we have a get user. So get users, it will get the list, and the another one is of the get the blocks, so it will get the blocks. And the third, I have to apply the function over here, and let us make use of the lambda expression. And now we have a t1 and t2, which is of get user and get block. And over here let me create a one function. So function, I'll just say block detail. So this block detail should take a t1, and which is of the let's say a list of the users, and the second one of a t2, let's say, which is of the list of the block. So we have a list of the block that we get from the API, and let's say return type of this one should be of the block detail that we have. So let us return the list of the block from here, and I will call this function from here, and then pass the t1 comma t2 over here. Okay, so we pass the t1 and t2, and then what we will do is, let's go over here and let us what we want to do now is we want to check whether the block has the user that match together. So for that I want t1 dot for each on the t1, not the for loop, for each. Okay, and then I think first of all we'll create a val, and the list, let's say list of the block detail, and which is of equals to let's say empty list for now, and this is of the block detail. And then what we need to do is, let's go over here inside. Now we have a user, and let's say this is of the user, and then I will again go for a t2 dot for each. So t2 dot for each, and this should be of the block. So we get a block over here, the log block. And now let us try to say check if the block, right, if the block dot the user id match with the user.id. Then what we want to do is we want to add to the block detail. So this list block detail dot add. Why I cannot add is, no, I need to make use of a mutable. So DETAIL, and this should be of a let's say a mutable list, and dot to mutable list, and mutable list of the block detail. Okay, so we have that one, and now I can add to this one particularly. Add, we need to add, what I need to add is block detail. I need to add. So the ID, so what is the ID that we have to add is it should be of the block dot the ID, comma, block dot the user ID, comma, and the block dot the title, comma, block dot the content, and then finally I need to pass the user itself over here. Okay, this is the user that we are getting. Okay, so I think that looks better. And then finally I need to return this list from here. So return this one. Okay, that's look fine. And what is the error over here? It's because I think we haven't set to return over here. Yeah. Okay, that's look fine. So we have provided our logic. We get the user and get the block, and then we set some function. And in this function, we have applied some logic over here to check whether there is a match between the block and the user. And if it is matched, then we'll send the block detail with all of the information. And then we should get a list, I think, over here. So let us return a list from here. So not the any. So list, and the list of the block detail that we will return from here. And then in the main activity, we have a block detail, and I can just make use of a for loop it dot what happened over here. Okay, I think I removed that. It dot for each, and why I'm getting the for loop every time, for each, and then inside I will try to print out all of the information. Okay, so let's try to run this one, and that should be good to go. So let's go to the logcat over here. Yeah, we got it. So we got a block of 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then the 7 is ignored. I think if you go to the block we have over here, let's see the block that we have. The block 7 is 13 is not ignored because 13 doesn't match any user ID. So this user ID doesn't match, that's why it's ignored over here. And that's why we get from 1 2 3 4 5 6, and you can see that 1 and 2 is for the user ID 1, and 3 and 4 is for the 3 4 5 is for user ID 2. That's correct. And the number ID 6 is for the user ID 3. That's the great, right? So this is how we can combine the multiple observable using the chip operator, and this is quite practical way that how we do it in the Android development. And I hope you guys like it and enjoyed it. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day.
Yeah, hi there, and welcome back. So let us continue with our lecture, and we are starting a new section over here. And in this section, we are going to learn about the observables in the RxJava. And on the previous section, we saw a lot of the different kind of operators that we can make use with the observables. But in this section, we will learn about the different kind of observables that we have in RxJava. So in the previous section, we saw only one kind of observables, which was the observable itself. But we have other kind of observables as well. So let's take a look on each of them. So the following are the different type of observables that we have in RxJava. Number one is the observables that we have already taken a look in our previous section. And then we have a flowable, and then we have a single, and maybe, and the completable. So these are the different kind of observables that we can make use in RxJava. The observer in the RxJava. And if you can remember that we have three O's in the RxJava. One was the observable, and second one was the operator, and the third one was the observer. As there are different kind or different type of the observables that we saw, there are also a different type of observer for each of them. So number one is the observer itself, which is used for the observables, and the second one is the single observer, which is used for single. And the maybe observer is also used for the maybe observable, and the completable observer is used with the completable observables. So these are the different kind of observables and the observer. So it may be a bit confusing for you right now, but trust me, when you actually try to, it will make more sense of all of this, because at the time when I was learning, it was also a bit confusing. So trust me, when you actually go and practice more and try to learn about it, it will be more clear to you. So let's meet up in the next lecture, where we will be covering up all of the observables and the observers one by one. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back. So let us continue with our lecture, and let's see about the observable and the observer. So this is our first observables and the observers. So the observable that emits more than one value, where we can make use of the observable. And you can see the use case is if the user wants to download a file from the internet, he should be provided with the progress of the download. In this case, the observable has to emit a value at regular interval. In this case, we can make use of the observable. So this is the main use, the observable, where we can emit a continuous of the value. So let's say when we make use of a range operator, we have to emit a value in a continuous. Let's say one, if you want to print from 1 to 100, then there is a continuous emission of the value. So at that time, we make use of this observable. So let's go and see in a practical way how to create and make use of the observable and the observer. So I have created one file over here, which is I have created an extra file, and now let us create a function over here, and just call it as a create, create observable, create observable, and then let's say this return type of the observable and type of the, let's say, int over here. And what we will do is we will create a return and create the observable. So observable that create, and let us make use of the lambda expression. And I hope you can remember the create operator that we previously make use. So it should be emi emitter, and then we have this emitter, and here we can check if the emi emitter dot is disposed. So don't worry about the disposed, we will be covering up in our coming lecture. So we'll just check if it is not disposed, because we have to check whether this observable is already disposed. And if it is not disposed, then we will create something over here for I in 0 to, let's say, 100. We will generate some random number over here, and then we will emit it. So emi emitter dot on next, we will send that particular value. And what we will do is I will also make use of the try catch block over here, and in the catch I hope you can remember this one. We have already used this one, the create operator, in our previous section. So I'll just copy this section and paste it over here. And on error, I will just emitter dot on error. I will just pass this e. And over here, after this has been complete, the for loop has been complete, then we will just go and say it's complete. So emitter dot on complete will be called over there. And since we have, I think, the observable OVSCR a VA, yeah, VABLE, yeah, the spelling was incorrect. So we have this observable we have created now. After we have an observable, what we have to do is we need to create an observer for this observable. So how do we create the observable? Sorry, we have an observable, now we need an observer. So what we will do now is you go back to the activity over here and let us create the observer. So I think, or you can also create a one function over here. I think that should be more better. Function, I will just say get OVSCR, get observable, or we can just say as a OVSCR via observer, and which is of function, and then the return type is of the observer. So make sure you use the observer from the reactive extension observer, and type is of t, because we have an observable that has a return type of t. And inside this, I think you can remember this one, we have also previously used return the object, and we have to create an anonymous, implement the anonymous class over here, which is a observer, and then we have to pass the type is of the t, and then we need to implement all of the member function over here. So let us implement all of this. And if you implement all of this, you can see we have on subscribe, on next, on error, and on complete. So what I want to do is in the on subscribe is log, so log dot d, and I want to put the tag comma and the message. So the message would be, let me import this one from the main activity, and then I need to say that the unsubscribe was called over here, and let's do the same thing for all of our next, and here on error and on complete. So on complete is called over here, and then we have on error it's called over here, and on next, when on next is called, we need to print out the value of the t. So t is called over here. And now we have our observer and the observable. I hope you can remember this one. This is the same thing that we did in our previous section. And now we can create, so we have a create observable over there, and we have to pass the dot subscribe to it, SUVS subscribe, and then we pass over here. This is a function. And now if you run this one, we should get the printout from 0 to 100. This is a simple way that we can create. And if you take a look, this is a quite verbose code. Actually, we can simplify this code, and I hope you can do it, because we have already done in our previous section how to minify this code. And if you run this section, and let us go to the logcat, we should get the value that has been printed out for us. So you can see that from 1 to 100 has been printed out. So this is how we can create our observable over here, and then we observe that particular value over here. This is a simple way that how we do it, and this is quite verbose, but we can minify this one. So I just want to show you how to do all of this stuff. And now if you want to minify this one, I can just go and remove this observer from here, and on subscribe I can call all of this using the lambda expression that we have. On next is called, then after on next is we have the another one which is of
on error, and then finally on complete can be called. So this is the same way that we previously used to do over here. I think if you can remember, this are the same thing that we can do over here. So just paste it over here, and then it's the same thing. So this observer is not used anymore. If you run this one, we should get the same printout that we previously got. If we go to the logcat, yeah, we got the same output. So this is another way, the shorthand or the lambda expression, which shortens all of our implementation of the observer. But this is how we create the observer. And let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day.
Yeah, hi there and welcome back. So let us take a look on the another observable and the observer. So the another one is of a single observable and the single observer. So single is used when the observable has to emit only one value, like a response from the network call. And this is a most important one that we basically use in the Android development. And this is the most common observable that we use in the Android, and most of our application involves the network call. So whenever we are doing network call or whenever we are having some access to the database operation, we basically make use of the single observable in the Android application development as well as the single observer. So let's go and take a look in a practical way how we can create a single observable and the single observer. Let us create one function. I think I will just copy the same thing over here. So just go below and create. I will just call this one as a SING, as a single observable, and this should return the single. Sorry, SING. You can see that it's the comes from the reactive X RxJava 3 code. Just make sure you take this one. And then what we have to do is we, instead of returning the observable, we have to return type is of the single dot create. And just remove all of this. It should be of the same. And take a look over here that emitter dot on next is not available on the single. So make sure that when you make use of a single, but if you take a look on observable, we have a emitter dot on next. But in terms of the single, we don't have access to on next and the on complete over here. So emitter dot what we have access is dot on success. On success what we have. Emitter dot on success what we want to do. So finally that we cannot make use of for loop because for loop is continuously emitting the value. And then I can say, if I say over here as a I over here, and then emitter dot what we want to do is on success and on complete is not there available. So if you try to check over here, emitter dot on, we have on success and on error, but on complete is not available there. So I just have to remove this section. So make sure that the difference between the observable and the single, you can clearly see that we have on next, on complete, and on error, which is available on observable. And on single observable, we don't have access to on next and on complete. There is only on success or on error. Now, since we have this we have created a single observable over here. Let us also create the observer for the single. So this should be let's give a name, a different name over here. Observer for the observable. And let us make use, just copy the same thing. All right, so just copy the same thing and paste it over here, and this should be for the single observable. Just change the name, observer for the single observable. And over here we have to change the type because this is an observer, and observer is used for the observable. But now we have a single, and for single we have another observer, as we saw already, single observer. So I have to make sure single observer over here, and return type is of int. That should be fine. And now I have to return type object of the single observer. And you can see here on next is not available for us, and on complete is not available for us. So if I remove all of this, I have to implement. So let me implement the member. We only have to access to on subscribe, on success, and on error. So if I implement all of this, you can see the difference over there. Here we have on subscribe, on next, on error, and on complete, but we have on subscribe, on success, and on error. So on next is not there, and on complete is also not there. So let us just copy this one and paste it over here. I hope you can see the what is the actual difference between the two observable. One on success, on not the on single observable and the observable. Sorry, it should be one, and on success just should be on success, and then we will print out the T over there, dollar, then T. What I did over here, dollar T. Okay, and since we have a observable over here, let's go back over here and let me comment out this one because I'm not going to use it. And then what we will do is we have the create, what was the name, for create single observable. Just copy this and paste it over here. Dot, I have to subscribe it, and when I subscribe to it, I have to pass the observable of the single observable. Just copy and paste that one over here. Sorry, I need to, this is a function call, so I have to evoke that one. Okay, so now we have implemented that one. Say dot subscribe, and when we subscribe it, we pass the observer over there. So we have created a single observer for our single observable. So don't get confused over here, and I think we can run our application for now. Create single observable and the observer. And now let's go to the logcat, and now you can see that on success is called, which is only of a getter 0, because the first value that is emitted for the for loop is the 0. We cannot get all of the loop from here because on success is called only one time, so it's not going to call again and again. So on success is called only one time, so this for loop is not useful over here. So if you want to have a loop or something, then better make use of the observable. So on success, we just want to emit a one value over there. Then what we can do is, instead of emitting all of this, let's go and emit something which is more usable for us. So I think we can make use of we have a list of the users, right? So let us try to make use of the export the users from there. So user list, just copy this one, and I will make use the user list. User list from our, okay, we get that one. Okay, here we need to list of the user, and then here when we are over here on a single observer, we also have to observe type as the list of the user, and the same thing, just copy this and paste it over here. And now over here we need to override that function to implement that one, and on success we have the list of the user. And what we will do is, now when we have that one, we need to print out that one. So how do we print out is t dot for each, and when we have, let me null check over here, and then we can just log that one, the user. So it should be on the success, then we get the user. So user is of t, so it should be of a $it that we want to print out. And then I can just run this one and just go to the logcat, and we should get all of the printout here. We get the on success is called over here. Then you can do the same thing for here. When you subscribe it,
just remove this one. If you want to do the shorthand, just copy all of this, right, and paste it over here. And there, what we take a look over here is we cannot have on next, on error, and on complete on our single observer because it doesn't have. So in the single observable, we have only access to on success and on error. So I have to remove this, and this is on success. On SUCCE, on success, we get the list of the user, and I can just print out this one. We will get the list of the user. So you can just loop through it and print out the value. So where is that one? Where did it go? Hey, why I cannot see that one? Tag. I think I will just filter out by the tag. It should be much better to see. Main activity, and just paste that one. Yeah, we got on success and the list of the user. So that's it, and hope you enjoyed this one. Let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back. So let us continue with our lecture, and let us take a look on the maybe and a maybe observer. Maybe is used when the observable has to emit a value or no value. So only two things over here: emit a value or no value. It is recommended not to use a maybe in RxJava for an Android application development. So for Android application development, it's not recommended that we use a maybe observable and a maybe observer. So let us take a look in a practical way how we can make use in our project. So first of all, let's go to our file, and I think I'll create let me copy this code, and let's go back and let us paste it over. Create a maybe observable. So I'll just say maybe over here, and instead of single, I have to return a maybe, and that's from the ReactiveX RxJava 3 code. So just make sure you take the maybe from here, and single, it's remove the single and maybe over here. And then what we have to do is I think we, instead of maybe, we will replace this one with maybe dot just, and then we will return the item. So I think we will return the user list. So m user list over here. I think that should be fine over here. Let me remove all of this. Okay, so we have an observable, maybe observable over here, and then we need to create a observer for that one. So I'll just go down and let me make use of this one. Just copy this section and observer for the maybe, and here I have to make use of the maybe observer over here. Just make sure you take this one, maybe observer, from the ReactiveX, and we need a list of the user, and also the return type is of the maybe. And then what we'll do, I'll just clear it out everything, and then I will implement all of the members over here. We have on subscribe, on success, on error, and on complete. So only thing here is we don't have, compared to the observable, is that the on next. So on next is not there. The unsubscribe is there, on success is there, on error is there, on complete is there. Only the on next is not there. So let me copy just the log for everything. Just paste it over here, and this one on error. So on error is over here, and this one, just copy the on complete over here and paste it over here. And let me minimize this one. And for the unsuccess, we have a list of user, so that's quite same as this one. So let me just copy this one and log that one. And now we will go back to our main activity, and let us call that function that we just created, create maybe observable, and just paste it that one. This is a function dot subscribe, and in subscribe that I have to pass that particular observer that we just created. Just pass it over here, and that's it. So we just have to run it, and let's take output of this one. Let's go to the logcan, and we get all of this. So all of the unsubscribe is called, right? And then we have a list of a user on success, and then finally why the uncomplete is not called over there. And let us try to pass the empty list over here. So m user empty list, and let us try to run again, and let us take a look. So if you go to the logcat, we get unsubscribe, and then on success is never called because there is no value. So the maybe is whether you have a value or a no value. So only two things over here, a value or a no value. So this on success is never called because we don't have any, it's empty, and on error is also not called, and on complete is also not called. But if we take a look on the observable over here, which is a single observable, and if we pass over here, let's go back over here, and here we are creating it. So instead of creating this one, I think I will remove this section, and I'll just say just, and from here we will just pass the particular the empty list. I'll pass the empty list, and we have a list of the user, and then we'll go back over here, and let me just comment out this one for now, and I'll make use of this previous one, and there we have. And now if I turn to run this one, let us see the output, and you can compare the difference over there. So we have on success, even though there is an empty list, we have on success. But even in the maybe that on success is not called whether there is a empty list or not. Only when you have a list, then the on success is called. But on single, you can see that on success is called even though there is an empty list. You can try it out, all of this, how the sequence works. It's a time consuming that you have to test everything, so it will be a learning point for you. So you just try to do and test more things. And over here, when let's go back, and I'll just pass the m user list over here, m user list, and then I'll make use of this one. So if you go back, and instead of creating all of those, let me just call that function for the observer of the single. Just pass this one, and if I try to run this one, let's go and take a look for the logcat. So we get unsubscribe, on success, right? On the unsuccess, we get all of the list of the user, and then finally that we have a unsuccess, unsubscribe, unsuccess. On error is not called because we don't have any error. So you just try to create more example and practice it on your own. That will be really helpful to understand more of the RxJava implementation. So that's it. Let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day.
Yeah, hi there and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture. And today let us go and take a look on the completable and the completable observer. So the completable is used when the observer has to do some tasks without emitting a value, and that is really interesting over here, because till now what we have shown is that the observer is the one that performs some tasks and it emits a value. Till now we have learned this one, that observable will do some tasks and emit a value, but here we can see that completable does some tasks but without emitting a value. So that is the interesting point over here. And let's go and take a look in a practical way how we create this one and how does it work. So let's go back to our Android Studio project over here, and I think I'll just copy this function over there. And what we have to do over here is, instead of the observable, we have to, the return type is the completable. So make sure you take from the completable from the ReactiveX extension, and the completable doesn't have the type, so we can remove that type over there. And also just copy this one, and return type is completable.create, and you can see that the emitter.onNext is not available for us. So the for loop is not used because here we want to perform some tasks, and if the emitter is not disposed, which means that the our observable over here is not disposed, then we want to perform some tasks. We have to find some tasks to do over here. Then onComplete is called, and if there is an error, we call the onError. So there is no onSuccess on next over here. If you take a look, there is no onSuccess or on next over here. So just an onComplete and onError. So before onComplete, we want to call some function, and I think we need to change the name. So create completable observable. I think that should be fine. And let us call or create some function before we do onComplete over here. So let's go to the main activity. I have this function over here. Last time we created that one, so I will just go down and paste it over here. So I will just call this function from here. So get location. So I want to call the get location before the emitter.onComplete is called. And the next step is we need to create the observer for this one. So function, we have the observer observer for our completable observer. So just copy the name, and that is the return type is of the completable observer. So make sure you take the completable observer from the reactive extension, and it doesn't have any return type. And now we have to return over here is the return of the object. Let us create the object over here, and let us implement the anonymous class over here for the completable. Sorry, it should be COMPL completable observer. And then we have to implement all of the member function for this one. So let us implement one member function. That is, we have a 3. So we have onSubscribe, onComplete, and onError. So on next or onSuccess is totally not available over here. So what we will do is I think I'll just copy the same thing. I think I'll just copy this one, so I don't have to rewrite again. So just copy and paste this one, and onComplete is there. So onComplete is there, right? And onError. So onError. So on next and onSuccess, which we cannot find it over here. So when onComplete is done, it will trigger over there, and we have this function which is called. So let's go back to the main activity, and let us call that. Let me call that function which is of this one, and copy and paste it over here. And this is a function dot subscribe, and on the subscribe we call that this one observer. We have to call the observer over here. And if you try to run the application now, we should get the printout of this function should be called before onComplete. So if you go and take a look, yeah, onSubscribe is called, and the latitude and longitude is written for us, and onComplete is called. And let us try to check for the error. So if I want to get an error, so if there is an error, how does it get? So I can say throw over here, throw, and exception over here. And exception, let us say we just get an exception, or okay, just say an exception, and that should be okay. So let us try to, I think I'll just comment out this one, and if you run this one, we should get, this should be triggered, onError should be triggered. The onSubscribe is there, and onError is called for us. And if I remove this one, and you can play around with all of this, and I will just say here let us say thread dot sleep, and I want to sleep for 2 seconds over here, and before it got and print this one. So we just want to check whether that this onComplete is called before after this get location is completed. So just go and run this one. So we just want to test some of the logic over here, and we get unsubscribe, and this is called, and this is called. So all works perfectly fine. So you can just go and play around with all of this, what you want to try it over here, and that's it. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture. And today we are going to learn about the flowable and the observable. So the flowable is similar to the observable, but This comes to a picture when your observable is emitting a huge number of values that can be received and consumed by your observer. So let's say your observable is emitting too much of value, and that is cannot be consumed or received by your observer. So at that time it will have an error. In this case, the observable need to do skip some values based on the strategy, or else it will throw an exception. So we must have some strategy over here to what to do when you receive too much of item that your observer cannot consume it. So here the flowable observable makes sense because it handles the exception with a strategy. So in the flowable observable, what we can do is we can provide a strategy over there, and this strategy is called the back pressure strategy, and the exception is called the missing back pressure exception. So which means that the flowable makes sense over here because it can handle all this emission of the huge number of the values by providing or giving some strategy what to do when there is this kind of situation. An observer for the flowable is same as the observer or for the observable. And let's take a look on the back pressure strategy that we have. The first one is a drop. We use this to discard the event that cannot consume by the observer. Let's say if we set as the strategy to the drop, which means that it will discard all of the item that cannot be consumed. And the buffer, if we use this, the source will buffer all the events until the subscriber can consume it. And we can also have a default size of 128 for the buffer. And the latest, which means that force the source to keep only the latest item. That means if there is a new item coming and if you have a previous item, that can be overwritten. And the missing, we may temporarily pass this value if you don't want any back pressure strategy. So if you don't want to provide any strategy, then we can say that just provide a missing strategy over here. Error, if you don't expect a back pressure at all, and we can pass the back pressure strategy of the error. So if you can provide the error, which means that if you don't want any back pressure strategy, and if you don't expect there will be a issue for the back pressure at all. And in both cases, like a back pressure strategy of missing and in the error, it will throw a missing back pressure exception. So let us take this one in our practical project. So let's go back to our RxStudio and let us see how we can implement all of this. So let us create a function over here, and I'll just create a function and call it as a flowable flowable. And then what we will do is return type is of flowable, and the type let's give us as an int of a return type. And then we will do a return over here and flowable. So let us make of the range over here. So we will give from 1 to count of the 100, let's say. And I think I will give a better name. I think the name should be something better over here. Really create a flowable observable. I think that should be better. And let's go back to the activity over here and let us make use of this one. So just copy this function and let's go over here, and then what we will do is we will subscribe to it, and inside this subscribe I will implement all of the on next and on error is there, and finally we have on complete. So I think I'll just copy, I'll copy from somewhere here. That should be fine. Just copy this one and paste it over here. So that is fine. And let us try to run this and let us see the output that we get. And yeah, we get from 1 to 100. And how to apply the back pressure strategy is we have option dot on back pressure. So on back pressure, you can see that we have some option over here, which is to get the latest, drop, and buffer. So what we'll do is we will, I think, let's make use of a drop. And if I go and run this one, actually it will not go and do anything. Let's go and log it. So we still get from 1 to 100. So this is very less number, but if we have a lot of on next, let's say it's emitting too much of value, then we should have some problem over here. So if you want to stimulate
the error, then what we can do is we can make use of observe one. So observe one, and I'll by schet schedulers dot dio. So don't worry about all of this for now. Scheduler, we will be covering up this scheduler in our next section. And we have a delay error, let's say a false, false false, and then I will give a buffer size. So third option, I have a buffer size of, let's say I will give a buffer size of 10, and scheduler.io over here. So don't worry about the schedulers for now, because we'll be covering up on the next section. So the scheduler that I basically just, I'm saying I want to do operation in a background thread, IO thread, and I provide a delay of a false and a buffer size of 10. Now let's try to run this one. We are just trying to stimulate the error. So actually we don't have to provide all of this option in the actual application. So if you go to the logcat, you can see that we have only output from 1 to 10, and rest is missing over there. And if I keep on back pressure, so I just want the latest, so let's give a latest. So we should get from 1 to 10 and then 100. So if you run again, so it will make use of the back pressure of the latest. Only the latest one is kept, so we get up to 100, 1 to 10, and then 100. The buffer size is 10 over here. And another one on buffer, drop the buffer, let us give the buffer. And now if you give the buffer, it will make use of 1 to 100 without any problem. Yeah. So that's how we create the flowable with the on back pressure strategy. And let's go and create the another option. Let me copy the whole thing over here, and I want to make use of the, instead of flowable, I'll make use of the observable over here. So let's see how we can convert the observable to the flowable. And let's create the observable of, let's say, T2 over here, and let's go back to our activity over here, and let me comment out this one, and I have to make use of this one. So just copy this and paste it over here, and dot, I can now convert it to flowable. So to flowable is the option that I want to convert, and I have to provide the back pressure strategy over here, back pressure strategy, and we have a latest, missing, error, drop, buffer. So I can say that the missing, and if I go to the implementation over here, you can just go and read all of this. So we have a missing, error, buffer, drop, and the latest back pressure strategy. And I provide a missing and dot. I think I will just copy the same thing from here. That should be fine. I'll just copy the same thing over here. Okay. And now let us try to run our application, and we should get a error of the, let's go to the logcat, and you can see we get a missing back pressure exception. So this is a missing, and also if you provide a missing and the error, this will also throw an error for us. If we go and run, we get an error again, missing back pressure exception. But if you provide some other option like latest, then it should let's say we have up to 9, and if I run this one, we should get up to 9. Buffer is set to 9, so we get from 1 to 9 and then 100, because it's the latest. So you can play around with all of these options over here, right? And just go and play around, and you will have more understanding about how does this work. Basically, the scheduler dot false and the buffer size is not required, because we just want to trigger that how does this actually work when we have some back pressure issue. So in actual application, we don't have to provide all of this. So this is to stimulate the error only. We are providing all of these options. So don't worry about the scheduler. We'll cover up in our coming lecture. So that's all. And in this lecture, we learned about the flowable observable in this section, as well as the back pressure strategy. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day.
Yeah, hi there and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture. And today we are going to learn about the disposables in a RxJava. So what actually is a disposable? So let's say that we have created an observable and we have a observer which is observing to the value emitted by the observable. So when the value is emitted by the particular observable, and we have an observer which is observing the value on it next. So whenever the value is emitted, we get a value on our on next. So let's say that you are observing that value and you are displaying it to the users in the UI. And let's say the user suddenly go back, or it kills your application, or your fragment is destroyed, or your activity is destroyed. So what actually will be happen to our observer? So it's still observing that particular data that has been emitted by our observer. So the main thing over here is that whenever our activity is finished, or our application is destroyed, or fragment is destroyed, what we need to do is we need to dispose, or we need to clear up all of our observers, because it is observing the value from our observables. So what we need to do is we need to clear up and dispose all of our observers. So that's the main thing that we have to do. So how do we do that? Is by using a disposable. So let's go and do in a practical way. It may be a bit confusing when I talk. So let's do it in a practical way. So what we will do now is there are multiple ways that how we can actually make use of the disposable. So let us see one way first, and let's create a let init var of the disposable over here, which is, and now this disposable I will go and make use on the observer. So when the unsubscribe is called on the observer, you can see there is a disposable. Now I can assign that one. If the D is not null, so then we will go and add that disposable, assign it to the D. And now this disposable need to be disposed. So that should be called on activity on destroy. So when the activity is destroyed, we want to call that particular dispose. And then I will just say on destroy it's called over here, and let's remove this one. And then the disposable dot dispose. So we have to dispose it when the activity is destroyed. So let's go back over here, and let's say we are generating from the number from the 0 to 1 something 1 million something, and then it's emitting the value. So let's go and run our application, and let's take a look. I think we haven't run that application over here, so we need to run somewhere here. This one, we can copy this one, and let us try to trigger it over here. And okay, so let us try to run our application, and let us go to the logcat over here, and that's running our application. And now if I try to kill my application, it's got hanged. So what I need to do is I need to actually run this one in the background thread. So I can just dot subscribe on as schedulers.io, which means I want to run in a background thread so my application doesn't hang. So let us run our application again, and let's go over here, and the logcat is printing. So let me exit the application, and on destroy should be called somewhere over here. And yeah, on destroy is called, then all of it is destroyed. Otherwise, if you never call this one, if you never dispose it, you can just run your application and test it again. Then if you exit your application or destroy your activity, it's still running on. So that's not good. So the main thing is that we have to dispose it. So this is one simple way that how we can implement the disposable. And another way of doing is making your observable as a disposable observer. So there are disposable observer instead of observer. You can make use of a disposable observer. But let us take a look, and let me implement a composite disposable, which is more usable. So it's a reusable of the code. So val and composite disposable, which is equals to composite disposable. And using this composite disposable, I can add multiple observer to this composite disposable. So what I can say is I just copy this one, and I will go over here and dot add to this disposable. And by the end of this one, when activity is destroyed or the fragment is destroyed, I will just
clear out all of this disposable that has been added over here. And I'll just cut this section and paste it inside, and then I don't have to call this one over here on subscribe, and let me call this one. Just copy and paste it over here, and then this will do the same thing. So if you run your application and the application is starting, and I can just exit the application, and if you go to logcat, that should be called somewhere on destroy and it should stop it. So it was the same thing, but it's more reusable, because on this composite disposable I can add multiple observer. Otherwise on the disposable I have to assign it manually to each of the observer that I create. So that's really troublesome. So composite disposable I can add to a multiple observer. So let's say I have another, let me add composite disposable dot, let's say I add, inside this let us call some function. So I think we have some operator or something. Let us call that one, and from irretrievable, and I think let's go and repeat, and this one let us call in the interval. So let us keep once 100, and interval operator that is of the observable. So let us call this function from here, and I will subscribe to it, and when I subscribe it I will just go and print this one. And what we will do over here is the tag. I think I will change the tag to the different one, and tag 2, I will just say the tag 2 over there, tag something like a 2. So I just want to activity 2, I want to filter it out later. Just copy this one, and I want to filter it out by that one. And then what we have a two composite disposable added with the observer. And this subscribe, if you go to the subscribe implementation, it is a disposable. That's why we can add it to our composite disposable. If the subscribe method over here, the subscribe implementation is not disposable, we cannot add it. Since this subscribe is of the disposable, that's why we can add it to our disposable over there. And let us try to run our application, and let us go to the logcat, and on activity 2, why we are not getting that one? Okay, so why we are not getting that one? Activity is running, and activity 2, okay, there was there. Here it is running now. So let me try to exit this, and on destroy is called, and that one is got destroyed. So it should be actually on the active tag 2, that's why. And let us go and activity 2, I think this one, and let us run it again, and let's go, and it's running. And let me, it hasn't come over here because the first one is not finished. So since the first one is not finished, it cannot come to the second one, so that is the problem. So let me try to exit this one, and the application is destroyed, and this is also on destroy. So if you go and call on destroy, so it was called. So after that one is called, then the both of the disposable was disposed. So if I go and check this one, it's not running anymore. On the 9th it was stopped. So that's all, and I hope you enjoyed this lecture, how to make use of a composite disposable and disposable. It's really important that we make use, otherwise our application will cost memory leak, as well as your application may crash. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture. And today we are going to learn about the RxJava scheduler. Trading in RxJava is basically done with the help of the schedulers, and I think you have taken note already. On the previous some of my example, I have made use of schedulers.io to run the tasks in the background. And scheduler can be thought as a thread pool managing one or more threads. And whenever a scheduler needs to execute a task, it will take a thread from its pool and run that task in that thread. So basically, scheduler will help us to maintain on which
thread that we want to particularly perform or the execute a task, whether we want to take a main thread or whether we want to take a background thread. So there are different kind of schedulers in the RxJava. So let's just take a look on some of them. The schedulers.io, which is backed by the onbound threadful, and basically it is used for the non-CPU intensive work, that is for IO operation. So all of your file system accessing, performing a network call and a database operation, all of this should be performed using a schedulers.io thread. And next is that we have a schedulers.computation, which is basically used for a CPU intensive work, like your processing of the video, images, and processing of the large data. This is done using the scheduler.computation because it makes use of a CPU intensive work. And then let's take a look on another one, which is of a schedulers.io thread, new thread. And this is basically really seldom used in Android development because it creates a new thread on each unit of the schedulers. Whenever we make use of a new thread, it will create a new thread for us. This scheduler is expensive as a new thread is spawned every time, or no reuse is happening over here. So try to avoid this one, creating a new thread, and basically we seldom use in the Android development. And also another one, we have a schedulers.from, which makes use of our executor, and this is also really seldom used in Android development, and I haven't make use of any of this in my current development. And the main thing that we have to take note is another one, which is of Android schedulers.main thread. This is a really important that we have to make use. It is provided by the RxAndroid extension library to the RxJava. So we have to make use of another extension, which is called RxAndroid extension, that we have to add a dependency to our Gradle build. And this will help us to access to the main thread, because basically the RxJava doesn't have any option in Android to access our Android main thread. So basically for that, we have to make use of our RxAndroid extension that will help us to access the Android main thread. And care should be taken over here because that whenever we are performing a task directly in a main thread, then we are making our UI as a unresponsive. So basically we'll perform all of our tasks like accessing to our network call, database call in a IO thread, and then when we have a result, then we make use of the Android scheduler.main thread to populate that result to our UI. And there is another one, schedulers.single, which is schedule it backed by single thread execution tasks sequentially in order requested. We also really seldom make use of this one, and I haven't seen any project that I have come through to make use of this scheduler.single. And another one, let's take a look, which is a scheduler.trampoline. So execute the tasks in a first in first out manner and by one of the participating workers thread. It's often used when the implementing recursion to avoid the growing callbacks. Basically, at that time, you can make use of the schedulers.trampoline. But the main thing that we have to take note is on the Android development, we basically make use of the scheduler.io and the schedulers.computation and the schedulers.main thread. So these are the three main schedulers type in the Android development that we will make use from the RxJava. So on the next lecture, I think basically we'll do some of this practical, and let's take a look on the default threading in the RxJava. So if you don't specify any threading in the RxJava, and like let's say we didn't specify on subscribe on and observe on, so data will be emitted and processed by the current scheduler on the thread, usually the main thread, and some operations such as like an interval operator, this operates on a computational thread. So which means that by default, if it doesn't specify any threading like a schedulers.io or schedulers.main thread, so basically everything will be done in the main thread, and some of the operations such as the interval operator are done in the computational thread. So we can specify a thread to execute and operate by using a subscribe on, and I think you have taken note on some of my example already that I have made use of a subscribe on. And the another one is observe on. Observe on is basically downstream, and the subscribe on is basically the upstream. So subscribe on affect the upstream operators like operators above the subscribe on. Basically, it's an basically the things that we are doing before that we are going to the downstream. So downstream is basically the UI side, and upstream, yeah, you can say you are making a network call, or you are applying a filter, or whatever you are doing on the upstream. And the downstream is your subscribe. So the observer is receiving that particular emission of the data, and the observe on affect the downstream operator below the observe on. And if only subscribe on is specified, like let's say we only say subscribe on and we put a schedulers.io there, everything will be done and on that particular thread. So let's say if you access a background thread, then everything will be performed on that thread, and including all of our downstream, like let's say our subscribe on whatever we are subscribing on next, everything will be called on that particular thread. And next is on if only on observe one is specified, all operator will be executed on the current thread, and only operation below the observe one will switch to the specified thread or the observe one. So let's say we never mention that subscribe on, and we only mention on a observe one. Observe one basically is a downstream. So basically all of the operation that will be performed on the upstream, it will take the current thread. So whatever thread is running, it will take a current thread, and only the below or the downstream will be taken by the observe one. So it will be basically, if you mention that on observe one on the Android scheduler that the main thread, then it will perform on the main thread. So I think that's all, and this is the all the lecture that we have learned about the schedulers.io. And really you need to understand this one carefully, because it will help us you to decide on which thread that you should perform on some of these certain tasks. So on the next lecture, we'll go and see how to implement all of this practically in our lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture. And today we'll go and see in a practical way how to implement a Rx scheduler in our project. And first of all, let me go and make so composite disposable dot add, and inside this we will create an obs observable, sorry, obs observable dot. I will just say just, and let us say the m list of the user list, and then I'll just that, and I'll just flatten it, so flat flat map, and from here I will say observable dot from, sorry, observable dot from irritable, and I'll pass that one. So I will get a each user, and then dot I will just say subscribe, and on the subscribe let us go and try to print out the, so let me try to copy this one, and let's go over here and paste that one. And now let us try to get the particular thread over here. So I'll just say thread thread name, and let's say this is of the get the thread 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 dot the current thread dot, I need to get the name. So let us try to run this one now, and let us try to get what is the current thread that is running. So you can see its current thread is in the main thread. So how do we switch it to the background thread? So because it is doing some tasks, so we want to perform this observable to perform some tasks in the background. So for that I have to make use of a qbsc subscribe on. So on the subscribe on I have to pass the scheduler. So over here I'll pass schedulers, which comes from reactive extension dot schedulers. So just take this schedulers dot, and we have computational, and we have a IO new thread. So computation, if you I have already mentioned, it used for the CPU intensive work, so like for the your image processing, video processing. But for this one, let us make use of the IO thread, which is for the IO operation. And now let us try to run this one, and let us try to get the thread name that we are currently working. So you can see that it has been switched to another thread, which is of cache Rx scheduler thread, and on the thread pool 1.
So that's how we switch to the another thread using the scheduler. And if you want to switch, now we have, if you want to switch it to the main thread, we have to make use of the Android scheduler. So we don't have basically the Android scheduler over here. And if I say and observe on, so observe on need to pass the scheduler over here. So if you go to implementation over here, and we need to pass the observable, and let's say returns an observable that perform the current observable emission and notification is specified scheduler. So for that, I think we have to make use of the Android scheduler, and the Android scheduler is not there. So how do we get the Android scheduler? Is we need to go to the add the implementation of the extension. So I go to the ReactiveX extension side, and let's go to the GitHub page, and let us take their RxJava or RxAndroid extension from there. So here is the RxAndroid extension. Just go to this one, and from here we will add the dependencies. So how do we add a dependency? Let me take a look. Here implement. So we have already added this implementation ReactiveX extension. I need to add the sorry, we have already added this one, so we need to add this one. So current version is for the Android RxAndroid is of 3.0.0. So just copy this one, and we'll go back to our project, and let's go to the Gradle dependency, and let us add it over below over here. And also let me try to copy this and just paste it below, add it over here, and that should be good. So just synchronize this one. So we have added the RxAndroid extension over here, and then we should be able to use the Android main thread over here. So let's go and add the AndroID, the Android schedulers. We get the Android schedulers, which comes from the io.reactivex.rxjava3.android.schedulers. Just take this one dot, and I have a main thread. So this is the main thread that we want to make use. And let us try to run our application, and let's take a look on the logcat, and let's see what we are getting over here. So let's wait for the application to come up, and it says that something is not correct. Let us take a look on the error, which says that java.lang no such method error, and I think we have some error over here. So why does it say so? Maybe there is something problem with our build. So let me try to add the compile option. So compile is compile options over here, and in the compile option we will add a source. It should be source com compatibility, and source compatibility of the Java version. So Java is Java version. Let us add the support for, and also for the the target compatibility version, which is of the Java version of 1.1.8. And also let me add the KOTLIN Kotlin OPTION is Kotlin options, and also target the JVM, it should be TARGET, JVM target, which is equals to Java version dot, let me add what support for the 1.8. Let us try. I hope these errors would be based on because of the Java compatibility version, and let me try to run more, and let us try to see whether that should fix the issue or not. And yeah, you can see that successfully passed, and this was based on the compilation error for the Java code. So we have successfully made it, and now you can see it runs in the thread of the main thread. So that's great. So now we have switched it to the main thread, and let us check that the upstream. So this is basically the upstream that we are talking about. So let's see the upstream is running on this thread. So just copy this one, and I'll just paste it over here. And I think I'll just give over here and just say upstream, and we'll try to get the current thread name over there. And let us see the upstream and the downstream. So this is the basically downstream, and this is basically the upstream. So let us see it is running in a different thread or the same thread. So you can see its upstream is running in a different thread, and the downstream is running in the main thread. So that's great. So all of the things is working correctly. And if it doesn't specify anything over here, then everything should be run on our main thread over there. So let us see. Yeah, everything is in the main thread. That's correct. So that's look perfect. And if I say that I only mention the subscribe one and doesn't mention the observe one, if we go and take a look over there, everyone should run in this IO thread, that is a background thread. So it's running in the same thread which was created for this subscribe one. And let's say if I want to display some data to the UI, so LB text. So let me copy the ID for this one. If I go over here and let's say dot the text which is of equals to, let us say it dot to string, and let me try to run this one, and let us see the logcat. That's what we get, and we have a scheduler and it's running in a background thread. And if we go and get the tasks over here, we get the tasks over here. And basically all of this should be done in the UI thread, so we should put in the UI thread. So I need to make use of the Android main thread. So if I want to access the main thread of the Android, then I should make use of the main thread over here. Just go and run over here, and let's go and take a look, and we get that value over here. So all of the upstream should be done in the different threads. So basically you should perform in the background tasks like the IO thread or competition thread based on your requirement. But if you want to access the UI, that should basically done in the main thread. So that's all, and I hope you enjoyed this lecture, and we'll meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day.
Yeah, hi there, and welcome back. So let us continue with our lecture. And today we are going to learn about the code observables. Until now, what we have learned is we have created different kind of observables, and all of them are basically a code observables. So why do I say it as a code observable? Let us go and take a look. Code observables are sequence that only emits item upon the subscription. So basically the observable doesn't work until that someone has subscribed to it, and each observer will have its own set of items emitted to them, and depending on how the observables was created, will have a different instance of the emitted item. So basically the call observer here, what we can say is it only start emitting the items upon that it has been subscribed. So until and unless there is an observer that has subscribed to the observable, then it's not going to emit any value. In reality, all the data-driven observables are most likely the code. So previously, whatever we have learned about the observables, and we have created different kind of observables. And if you can remember it, like the observables, flowables, maybe single. So all of these are basically a code observable, because we saw that unless and until we created a observer and we subscribe to the observables, then it was only emitting a value. So multiple observers receive the same data set by getting a separate stream of each item. And for those familiar, some real world example we can say for the cold observables are retrofit and the room queries. So on the next lecture, what we will do is we will go and create our code observable, and let us see how it works. Basically, we have done all of this practically in our previous lectures, but let's go and see and understand in a practical way how the code observable it differs from the hot observable. So we also have a hot observables that's coming up next. So let's meet up in the next lecture. In a practical way, we will see how to create a cold observables. Hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture, and let us see about the call observables in a practical way. On the previous lecture, we saw that the call observables only emits a value when we actually go and subscribe it. Until and unless we go and subscribe to that particular observable, it's not going to emit any value. So let's go and do it in a practical way, and let's see how it works. So let's create a Kotlin file and call it as a cold obscr, I think obscr vable, right? Observable, call observable, and function says cold obscr vable, cold observable, and then we will go and implement. We need to implement the call observable. So over here, what we will do over here is let's say we want to return. Return the observable from the. Make sure we return the observable from RxJava 3, and this should be of the return type of the observable. And let's say from irretrievable. And we need to pass something over here. So the return type of this observable is let's say a user. So I think we have a user already somewhere. So it should be user. Let's import this package, and then we will say list of the user, m list of user. I think we have m user list. I think that's the one. Let's go and take a look. Yeah, we have a add list of user over here. So let's go to the call observable over here, and then we'll create another function, call it as a call obscr observer, and the return type is of the obscr observer. So, and then the type is of the user that we want to return, and return the object obj object and implement the observer over here, and the type is of the user too. So this should be, you should be familiar with all of this already. And then we should implement all of the members of this particular. Let us implement all of the members. We have a 4 members function that we have to implement. So that should be all of. Let us remove all of this first. And what we will do now is, by now you should be familiar when the subscribe is called, when the next is called, and when the error is called, and when the onComplete is called. So I don't have to explain all of this. So I will just go and say that log it, log.d, and give a tag over here, comma, and let us import this tag from the main activity. And then we are going to log the message over here. Unsubscribe is called over here, and then we'll do the same thing for the rest of the function on next, and then on error, and then on complete, and just change the name of the function that is being called. On complete is called, and here on error is called, and then we also want to print out the error message if there is an error. And here on next is called. So on next is where we get our value, and whenever we get the value, we want to print out that particular value of a t. Okay, so we have created observable and the observer over here. So what we need to do is we need to subscribe. So call observable. Let's go to the main activity, and over here we say the call observable that we just create. And if we just go and call this function call observable, it's not going to work, or it's not going to perform, or it's not going to emit any values. Why? Because we need to subscribe. This is a call observable. And if you go and run this application, let us try to run our application, we will see that it's not going to perform any of the tasks. If you go to the logcat, you can see it's not performing any tasks. That's because it's a call observable, and we have to subscribe to it. And then when we subscribe it, we have to pass the call observer that we just created,
and then we can run, and then now it can perform its tasks. So now if you go and take a look at the log, you see we get unsubscribe, and on next is called, and on complete is called. So all of this only works when we subscribe to a cold observer. That's why it's cold. So we have to subscribe it. And another point over here is, let's say I make the thread to sleep, thread.sleep, and I sleep it for 200 milliseconds, and then I perform the tasks over there. So I create a multiple observer over here, and thread.sleep, and then again sleep for 300 milliseconds, and again I call that particular observer. So I'm calling that observer multiple times. So I'm calling it 3 times over here, and this time it's taking some time. It's sleeping, the thread is sleeping for some time. So let's go and run, and let's see the result over there, what we are actually going to get in the result. So let's go and take a look on the logcat. You can see it's doing some tasks. So first time it does some tasks, and then it completes, and then it does again the same, and then again performs the another task. So why I'm actually doing this one is I want you to understand that the cold observer, we have to subscribe it, and when we subscribe it, then we get that it's emitting the values. And the next thing is that no matter how many times we subscribe to it, we are going to get the same value. So let's say in the first time when it is subscribed, it's emitting all of the list of the users that we have, right? So first time when we subscribe it, we are getting that particular all of those values. And again on the second time when we subscribe to it, we get again the same value. So there is particularly no any error, or there is no any loss of the data. So every time we call that function, it's giving the same value. Every time we are observing it, we are getting the same value. So the things to note over here, the cold observer, is that we have to subscribe to it, and no matter how many times we subscribe to it, and we are going to get the same value. There is absolutely no loss of the data. So later we'll go and see in the hot observer how it is different and how it works differently than the cold observer. So let's meet up in the next lecture where we will learn about the hot observer. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture. And today we are going to learn about the hot observers. And on the previous lecture we saw about the cold observers, and in this lecture let's go and see about the hot observers in the RxJava. In contrast to the cold observers, hot observers emit items regardless of whether there are any observers. And in hot observer, there is a single source of emission, and depending on when the observers subscribe, they may miss some of those emission. So here the meaning is, the simple meaning we can say over here is the hot observers doesn't require any observers to subscribe it. But in the cold observers, we saw that it needed some observers to subscribe to it, and then it is emitting the value. Whereas in the hot observers, it's quite opposite. If we never subscribe, or if there is no observers that is subscribing to that particular observers, then also it can emit a value. And depending on the how we subscribe, or how we observe that particular observers, they may miss some of the previously emitted values or the emitted of the items. And the hot observer often represents the events rather than the finite data set. The event can carry data with them, but there is a time sensitive component where the late observers can miss previously emitted value. So which means that the late observers, which means that if we create few of the observers over here that is subscribing to that particular observables, and then there is a time sensitive, which means that the previously emitted value may be missed by the late subscriber. So if we have one observable that is emitting some user data, and then we have few of the observers that we have created,
and this few of the observers is observing that particular observables, and when the value is emitted, then we may miss some of the values, because the first one may get some and the second one may get some, so it may not be, the data may not be of the consistency over here. And the UI event or the server request, for example, can represent a hot observable. And there are many ways to create and implement a hot observable. Some of them are the subjects, and we will discuss in our coming up lecture. So in the next lecture, we'll go and see in a simple way how we can implement a hot observables. So let's meet up in the next lecture, where we will see how to create our first hot observables. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lesson. And today we are going to see in a practical way how to make use of a hot observable. So let's go and get started. So first of all, we'll go and create one new Kotlin file over here and call it as a hot observable, hot observable. And then I will create a function over here and call it as a hot observable, hot observable. And the return type that we have to make use over here is a connectable observable. So CONNEC, connectable observable. So this is another way. There are different ways that we can create a hot observable. So this is a simple way that how we can make use of a connectable observable to create a hot observable. So return type, let's make use of a user. So let's say we want to return a type of the user, and let me import that one and return over here and observable observable. So we have a return type of the observable dot from iterable. So from iterable, and we need the user list over here, and dot to convert the observable to a hot observable, we can make use of a publish over here, just dot publish. So this should create a hot observable for us using a connectable observable. And if you go to the implementation of connectable observable, you can just go and take a look over here. Connectable observable resembles an ordinary observable, except that it does not begin emitting the item when it is subscribed to. So that is the basically a behavior of a hot observable, which means that it doesn't begin the emitting of the item when it is subscribed to, but only when it connects method is called. So in order to emit the value, what we have to do is we need to call the method of the connect. So in this way, can wait for all intended observer to be subscribed to the observable before the observable begins emitting the item. So this is another way of the hot observable that you can take a look over here. Just go through the documentation over here, and then since we have a hot observable or the connectable observable over here, let's go back to our activity, and I'll just say val, and let's say hot observable hot observable, right, which is of equals to, we have a hot observable function dot, and we have a connect over here. So that's what it says over here, but only when its connect method is called. In this way, so which means that we have to call the connect method. So if you go over here, and let's say I just call the hot observable over here as the hot observable dot subscribe, and in the subscribe, let's say we have all of these method. Let's say let us implement the members over here, and on next on error and on complete. So we have a 3, and then I think we already have some of the implementation. So let me just copy this one and I'll just paste it over here, and let me comment out this one. And now if you go and run this application, you should see nothing, because it doesn't And we haven't called the connect since this is a hot observable, and since we haven't called connect, which means that it's not going to emit any value. So the documentation has mentioned already. So if you go and take a look at the logcat, you can see there is nothing. So make sure it's correct one. Okay, that's the correct one. But you can see there is nothing over here. Why? Because we haven't made use of the hot observable dot connect. So what we will do now is let me just copy this, or copy this section and go to the top over here and paste it over here. And then we have a hot observable. I have a local variable of a hot observable, and I will make use of that one. So let me make use of that one. And I think I made some mistake over here. So I think let me remove this one. And then I'll just go and call the hot observable that we have, local variable dot connect over here. And then we can make use of this one. Okay, so we have connect method is called, so which means that this will call the all of our hot observable, and then we have subscribed to it. So now if you go and run this one, let's go to the logcat and let us take a look on the printout. So we can see that onComplete is called, so which means this one is called, onComplete is called, but onNext is not calling over here. That is because we have called this hot observable over here, and by the time it reaches it is subscribed, which means that it has already emitted all of its value. So let's say I move this section, to at the after we have subscribed it. So let's say we had an observable and we subscribe it, then we call the connect. Now if we run this one, so let's go and take a look at the logcat. We should see the printout over here. We have all of the printout of the user list. That is because as soon as we call the hot observable, as soon as we call this connect method over here, it doesn't see whether there is any subscriber or not, whether this hot observable has been observed, and it doesn't care. So which means that it is a hot observable. So that is the main point of the hot observable we learned before. There should not, if there is no any observer that is observing this particular observable, it will emit its value as soon as we call the connect method over here. So that's the point that we have to take note. So let's say you have a hot observable, and then you subscribe it after you connect it, which means that as soon as you call this method, it start emitting the value. And after that, if you subscribe it, that means the value, maybe it will miss some of the value because it has already started emitting the value. So if I go and copy this one and call it after over here, and let's say this is on next, I will just give as a first, and let's say this is on the second over here, and let's copy this one on second error and on complete of the second, and let us run this one. So we should see the on complete of the second, but I think we should not be able to get any of the values. Here we can see on complete of the second one, but we did not got any printout from there. That's the on next is not called over here, because as soon as it's connected, it has already finished emitting the value, and there is nothing left for the second observer to emit the value. So what we will do now is let me create some more example for you to make it understand it more clearly. So let us go to the hot observable over here, and then I will create a function over here, and I think just copy this one, and instead of a hot observable, I'll just say TW2 over here, and hot observable dot let us keep some interval over here, and that interval and period every 1 second, so time util that second, and then I will say as a publish, and this should be not the return type of a user, it should be return type of the long over here. So now we have created another hot observable, and that is every 1 second it's going to emit the value. And now if you go to the activity, and let us create another. I think I can create. Okay, we have already over here, so I'll just copy this one and let me comment this one too. Let's go down over here and call the hot observable 2 over there. And then what we will do is let me try to connect this one, since this is a connectable observable, so I have connected it. And then after I connect, let me implement this one, right? So I need to implement this. And then let me paste it over here. And if I run now, we should get the printout. So let me go and call the logcat over here. Now every second we are getting 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, fine. What we will do now is, let's say we call after some seconds. So let's say this after the subscribe, and it's gone over here. And then what we will do is, I'll just copy and create a second one over here. And let's say this is the second, and let's give us some over here, second one, this is 2, and this is also second. And then what we will do is okay, let's try to run, see whether there is any missing emitted value or not. So first and second is emitting the, you can see first and second, so it's emitting the both value at the 0 without missing it. But let's say I will go and make use of the thread.sleep over here, and let's say we want to sleep the thread for the 5 seconds before we can observe, because before we observe it the second time. And let's run this one again. If you go and let's take a look at the printout now. So 1, we get a 2, and after 5 seconds, so this is 5. Now you can see the second has printed out after the 5 seconds, which means that it's not waiting. So over here, when we call the connect, whichever there is an observable which is getting the value, and it has an observe, we have observed 2 times over here. The first one gets from the 0, but the second one gets from the 5. This is the behavior of the hot observable. As soon as we call the connect, it's starting the emitting the value, and it will not wait for any of the observer to subscribe to it. So I hope you understand it. So just try to go and practice more, and we'll meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lecture. And today we are going to see in a theoretical way about the connectable observables. And on a previous lecture or a previous session, we did in a practical way how to make use of a connectable observable to create a hot observable. So the connectable observable takes any observable, even if it is a cold one, and make it as a hot, so that all emissions are played to the all observer at once. This one we saw in a practical way, that how we make use of the cold observable to convert it to a hot observable using a connectable observable. So we just have to make use of a connectable observable is a single observable source for a different observer. The main difference, aside from being a single observable source, is that calling subscribe on a connectable observable will not trigger emission, but connect will. So this one also we saw in a practical way, that when we have a connectable observable, when we subscribe, or when we started to observe it and we subscribe to this particular connectable observable, it was not emitting a value. But when we call the connect function or the method, then it started emitting its value. So that means that it doesn't care whether we have any observer observing this particular connectable observable, but it will only wait for the connect method to call. But whereas in the cold observable, we have to make sure that this observable or the call observable is subscribed or observed. So whenever we observe and subscribe to that call observable, then only it start emitting the value. But here we just have to call the connect method to start emitting the value. Using a connectable observable allows the setup of all observers forehand, and for each emission go to all of these observers simultaneously, which is a multicasting. This observable behavior of emitting to all observers simultaneously is called multicasting. So here, if we take a look about the multicasting, which means that let's say we have one connectable observable, and this is emitting a value. Let's say every 1 second it was emitting a value in a previous lecture. And then we have two observers which was observing that particular value. So the emission of that particular connectable observable was being observed by two observable. And then whenever we call connect, as soon as we connect it, it was emitting value to all of our observers. So no matter how many observers we have, let's say we have 10 observers observing that particular connectable observable, and then it will emit to all of these observers at once. So it will not wait for I want to complete first and then I want to go to the second one and so on. So it will not wait. So as soon as we call the connect one, it will emit those values to all of the observers. So here this observable behavior of emitting to all observers simultaneously is called multicasting. So take a note over here, the multicasting, so which means that it is emitting value to all of our observers simultaneously. So I hope you got it about the connectable observable and how we convert the cold observable to a hot observable using a connectable observable over here. So that's it, and let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lesson. And today we are going to learn about the RxJava subject. A subject is a sort of bridge or a proxy that is available in some implementation of ReactiveX that acts both as an observer and as well as the observable. So the main thing over here is it can act, the RxJava subject can act both as an observer as well as the observable. And if you can remember, there are three O's that we need to remember in our reactive Java or RxJava, which is an observable, observer, and an operator. So here the RxJava subject can act as an observer as well as the observable. So I hope you guys are already familiar with all of these two words, because we have already done a lot of practical on the observable as well as the observer. Because if it's an observer, it can subscribe to one or more observable, and because it is an observable, it can also pass through the items it observes by re-emitting those items, and it can also emit a new item. And by now you should be already familiar that when we make use of an observer, we can subscribe to the observable. So observer work is to subscribe to the observable, and the work of the observable is to do some work and emit the value, and observer is observing and subscribing to that particular observer and listening to the value emitted. So there are different kind of the or type of the RxJava subjects. Basically there are four. So the number one we can see here as async subject, and number two is a behavior subject, and third one is a publish subject, and the fourth one is a replace subject. So we will be covering up all of these four types of subjects in our coming up lecture, and we will be taking on one by one and doing some practical implementation all of this. So let's just meet in the next lecture where we will start our first subject, that is a async subject. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lesson. And let's start with our first subject that will be on the async subject. If you go to the official documentation of the ReactiveX, you can take a look on the subject of the async subject over here. What does it actually says over here is an async subject emits the last value. It emits the last value and only the last value emitted by the source observable, and only after the source observable completes. So which means that basically it only emits the last value of the, let's say you have an observable over here that is emitting a value, and then the subscriber receives only the last item that is emitted over here. You can take a look. We have a two subscriber over here, and this subscribe method only receives the last, both of the subscriber receive only the last emitted values, and can say it will also emit the same final value to any subsequent observer. So which means that if you have a multiple observer over here, let's say we have a multiple observer that has subscribed to this particular async subject, and then it says that all of them receives only the final value. And however, if the source observable terminates with an error, so if it terminates with an error, then the async subject will not emit any item. So if there is an error, that means it will not emit any item, but will simply pass along an error notification from the source observable. So it will just pass the, if there is an error, that means it will not pass any value, just it will pass on the error notification. So let's go and take a look in a practical way how to implement the async subject in our RxJava project. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lesson. So let's go and see in a practical way how to make use of the async subject. So first of all, let me create a file over here and call it as a subject, and then we'll create over here a function and call it as a async subject. And inside this we will create our, let's create a variable of the observer observable, and which is of equals to observable, and make sure you take it from the RxJava dot let's say interval, and I'll just give a 1 every 1 second, and the time util that second, and then let's say take while, and take while it is less than equals to 5. So just a 5. Since we have created an observable, now let us create a async subject. Val subject, which is of equals to async subject, and make sure you take it from the RxJava, and async subject dot create, and the type that we want is, since this observable, the return type is of the long, so we have to make it as a long over here. Okay, so we have an observable and as well as the async subject. So next is let us make use of this async subject as the observer. Since we have an observable over here, and take this one and dot, we subscribe to this observer and pass the observer as a subject over here. So this is how we can make use of the subject as the observer. Since the subject can work as a observable as well as the observer. So here we are making use it as a observer. And the next is let us make use of the subject as the observable. So I can say that, not the suspend, sorry, it should be of the subject dot, and I can subscribe to it. Subscribe, and this is how we make use as a observer, as a observable. So here we are making use as observable, and here it is working as a observable. And then I can make use of the on next command over here, and then I can call on error, right? And then finally I can call on completed over here. And why is this one? Okay, so I think I have to close it over here. Okay, so now let us print this log,
log.d, and I will call the tag over here, and then we have to import that tag from the main activity, and just copy this to here and also to here, and this should be on complet, the uncompleted, and this one is on error, and on error we can get the error from IT, and here we can is on next call, and on next call we are getting the value as the IT over here. And now we will create another, let us create another observable from the subject and paste it over here. And now let us say this is of the 1, and let's say this is subject 1, observable 1, and this is of observable 2 that we have 2 and 2. And let us call this function. So I can go to the main activity over here and call it as async subject, and let us run this program now, and let us wait for the application to come up. And if you go to the logcat over here, we should get some value. So let us see what is the value that we are getting. And here you can see on next one, which is we are getting 5, and then it's completed on, and then we are getting again the on next 2, which is the last item, and on complete 2 is called. So that's working correctly. So which means that the subject, async subject, only emits the last item of the from the observable. So this observable is emitting from 1 to 5, and then we only get the last item, which is a 5. Let us take another example over here, and what we will do is, let's go back and let us create another function, or let's minimize this one and just create one more function, and let's call that one as a function async subject, let's say 2, and let's go inside over here, and we will create a val, and I will call it as a jcity subject, which is of equals to async subject dot the create, and the type let us give as a integer over here. Now we have a subject, and let us see how we can call directly on next over here. So I will just say subject, subject dot on next. So we will call all of the on next over here and pass the in value of, let's say, 1, and we say the on next, and then let us go and subscribe this subject over here, and I'll just subject dot the subscribe over here, and then I'll just copy the same thing from here. Let me just copy everything and paste it over here, and okay, so just 1, and now I will go back and call this function. So let me go over here, and let me call that function from here, and let me comment out this one and just run the application, and let us see what is the printout over here. So we have directly make use of on next over here and pass the value as the 1, and if you go to logcat, you can see there is no printout. Basically we don't see any printout over here. And if you notice that why it did not call is, if you go over here and on the subject we haven't called the onComplete. So make sure we call the onComplete over there. So I will go at the end over here and call it that onComplete over here. And if you run now, and let's go to the logcat over here, and let us wait for it to come up. And now you can see that on next one is called and on complete is called. So which means that this async subject over here, it doesn't work until and unless we call the on complete. So make sure we call the on complete on it. So on the async subject we must call the on complete, and only after that the last emitted value or the last emitted value of that observable will be emitted. So make sure you take note that on complete over here. This is really important. So if you never call on complete over here, it's not going to work.
And then what we will do again is let me go and give some more value on call on next after we have first subscriber over here. Let's say we have subscribed to this observable first time, and again we call the on next and 2, and then we pass the another value of the 3. So 2 and 3 is passed over here, and then we again observe to that observable over here, and this is of let's say of the 2 over here, let's say 2, and this is of the 2, and again run your application, and let us go to the logcat over here, and then we get, you can see that the last item over here is emitted, which is of 3, and over here is of a 3. So here you can see that both of the observable that we have is getting only the last emitted value from that particular observable. So this subject working as the observable over here is emitting the value of 1, 2, 3, and both of the subscriber over here is only getting the last emitted value, which is of 3. And then again, if we call this function, let us observe it after we call on complete over here, and let's say we call this one as a 3 and 3 and 3. So let's see what is the result, and I hope you can guess already that. So here you can still see that it's receiving the last item from the observer of that we have subscribed to in 3. And then again, if we change this one, let's say after uncomplete, and if we say over here as a 4 over here, and if you try to run this one, let us see what is the printout over here. And then you can see we still are getting a 3. So after uncomplete is called, there is no on next is triggered. So if we put this one in front before the on complete, then we should be able to get the number 4 over here. So let us run it again, and let us wait for the application. Okay, so now we can get all of our observer is receiving the last emitted value from the observer, that is our async subject. So async subject only emits the last value. So I hope you guys understand it clearly. So make sure you go and practice this one. Till then, we'll meet up in the next lecture. Have a great day. Hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lesson, and let's go and take a look on the behavior subject over here. When an observer subscribes to the behavior subject, it begins by emitting the item most recently emitted by the source observer. So which means that it starts by emitting the most recent item, and then continues to emit the other item emitted by the source observer. So whenever we subscribe, so let's say when our observer subscribe to the behavior subject, we get the most recent item and the other item emitted by the source observer. So let's say this subject behavior is emitting the value of here you can see 1, 2, 3 dot, and then we get all of the observer, and the second one it subscribe, the second observer over here subscribe, and it get the most recent one, and after that the rest emitted by the source observer. So basically just remember that the source or the behavior objects emits the most recent item at the time of their subscription, and also all of the item after that. So let's go and take a look in the practical way, and let us implement in our RxJava project. Hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue, and let's see in a practical way how we can create our subject, which is of a behavior subject. So if you take a look over here previously, that it's what does it actually mention over here, and let us just go and create a function over here, and I'll just go back and create a function and call it as a behavior subject. So behavior subject, and then let us implement our let us create an observable over here, obs, let me say a val observable, observable, which is of equals to observable, and then just let's say interval of a 1, and I'll just say time dot the second,
and then dot, I will just say take while, and I'll just create the which is of it less than the 5 or less than equals to 5. That should be fine. So we have an observable. We will create a val, and I'll just call it as a behavior subject, right? So behavior subject, or we can just call it as a BJC subject, which is of equals to behavior subject dot the create, create, and the type is over here of let's say int, that we have written type of a it should be of a long, I think, not the int. And then what we will do is we will make use of the subject as the observer. So we have observable, and then we will just go and make use of the subscribe over here, and in subscribe we will pass the subject over here. This is how we are. This should be already familiar because previously we did the same thing. What we did is we created an observable, and then with using that observable we subscribe it using our subject behavior subject over here, and then we can make use of this subject as the observable, and I can just go down and subscribe to this particular, and then we can implement all of the objects. So let's go, and I think I copied back this log farm here, and let me go and paste it over here. And here what we did is we have implemented it as an observable, and then we have all of the implementation for the on next, throwable, on error, and on completed. And I'll just copy the same thing over here and just go and paste it over here. So we have a two observer over here, which is implementing the source observer over here, which this is our source observable that is emitting the value from 1 to 5 on every second. And then we, using the subject variable, we have used it as an observer over here, and then here we have make use of as an observable, and then as subscribe it, and then we should get all of these values. And if you try to go back to the main activity and let us call that function, I'll just say behavior subject, and if you go and run this program, and let us take a look at the logcat over here, and then we will see that it has a 0 0 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 4 5 5. Okay, so why we are getting that one is 0 0, it should be on next 1 and 2. So I think we made a mistake over here. So if you go over here, yeah, it should be of a 2. So this should be of a 2, and let me just make sure it is of 2, and if you run it again, we should get a 1 and 2. So it will emit the most recent value from the source observable, and then the rest. So it's actually receiving all of the emitted value, and then all of these are completed over here. And let us take another example that we had previously done too. So I think I'll just copy the same function over here. Just copy this one, and I'll just call it as a subject behavior 2 over here, and this should be of a TW2 over here. And then I think I will just remove all of this for now. I think I'll rewrite everything so you should be more clear about that one. So I'll just say val subject, and which is of equals to behavior behavior subject dot the create over here, and pass the int over here. And since we have integer value over here, and what we will do now, we will make use of on next subject dot on next. Just call the subject dot on next over here, and we pass it as a 0 for now, and then we will subscribe to it. So just subscribe to that particular subject over here, and then we'll just paste it over here. Okay, so we have emitting our value of 0, and then what we will do is we will just go and call on next over here. So I think after this subject is subscribed, I'll call. Let's just call 2 times and call it as a 1, and this is of a 2 over there. And then I'll just again call that one particularly and subscribe it again. Subject subscribe. So let us run this one. Let me run the program one more time, and let us go to the logcat over here. Okay, so I think we haven't called that one, and this should be of his subject 2. Sorry, behavior subject 2, right? So I think that should be the mistake I did. So TWO2. Okay, so let me run it one more time and let me clear it out. And then you can see that we get the 0, 1, 2, 2. So why is that? I think it's the same issue. If you go, and it should be on the second one. So this should be second, and that should be first one, right? This is first one and second one. And if you try to run again, I think you should get a differentiate. I think you can differentiate now. So we have over here 0, and this is 1. So what does it actually doing over here? First one is taking the 0, and then it's going to 1 over here, right? 1 and 2. So the first observer gets the 0, 1 and 2, and the second observer over here gets only the second, or the number 2 over here. Why the second observer is getting only the 2 is because if you note that the behavior subject emits only the most recent item. The most recent item is 2 over here, and then after that the rest of the item that or the source observer emits. So the most recent one is 2, so that's why we get only the 2 from here. The second observer gets only the 2, and the rest there is no more, that's why. And if you try to add a few more below over here, let's say if I add some more over here, it should be of a 3 and let's say of a 4. And if you run this one, and then the second observer should get the most recent one, which is of a 2, and then get a 3 and 4. The first one should get the most recent one is 0 and 1 and 2, right? And the 3 and 4. So if you take a look over here, we get the most recent one, the number 1 and 1, 0, 1, 2, and the second observer gets the most recent one of a 2, 3, and a 3 and 4 over here. And also the first observer gets the remaining rest of a 3 and 4 too. So I hope you understand the subject over here, which is a behavior subject, which gets the most recent item emitted from the source observable, and then the rest of the items after that. So the most recent one, and then the whatever items is emitted after that, it will receive. So that's all for this lecture. We will meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lesson, and let's take a look on the published subject, which is the third subject of the RxJava. So let's take a look what does it actually says over here. So the published subject emits to an observer only those items that are emitted by the source observable subsequent to the time of the subscription. So basically it means that published subject emits all of these items at the point of the subscription. Note that the published subject may be emitting the item immediately upon creation unless you take a step to prevent this. And so there is a risk that one or more item may be lost between the time of the subject is created and the observer subscribed to it. So there is a chance that we may lose some item when the subject is created and at the time of the subscription. So when the subject is created, it may be possible that it start emitting immediately, and then when we subscribe it, it was a bit late, and then we may lose some of the item over here. So that's how it says over here. If you take a marble diagram over here, we have a 1 and 2 and 3 items over here. Whenever we subscribe to it, we get all of the items over here.
emits all of the item at the point of subscription. So 1, 2 and 3 we get, and then the second subscriber over here gets the, if again is subscribed to the second subscriber over here, we get the third one over here. And when there is an error, if you take a look, if the source observable terminates with an error, the published subject will not emit any item to the subsequent observer, but will simply pass along the error notification from the source observer. So let us take a look on this on the practical way, how actually it works, and let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lesson, and let us see in a practical way how to make use of the published subject. So let us create a function over here which is of a pub_liss publish sub publish subject, and then inside this we will create a val observer observable, which is equals to observable, and dot, we will just say interval of every 1 second, and that should be of a time, that this time unit, that's second. And then I want to just say take while, and it should be of it is less than equals to of the 5. And then we can also add the subscribe on and SCHE schedulers, SCHEDULER schedulers dot the IO thread, which is of the background thread. And then we observing and subscribing observe on the Android main thread. So ANDROID, the Android schedulers dot the main thread. So we are doing in the background thread and the observing it on a main thread. So we have observable, and let us create another val and sub subject, which is of the SCHE it should be of a PUBLISS publish subject over here dot the create it, and the type is of, we need a long over here because the return type of this observable is long. So we have a subject over here and we have observable, and let us subscribe to paste it over here and subscribe it and pass the subject over here. So here we are taking as an observer over here. The subject is working as the observer over here. And then let us make use of the subject as the observable. Subject does the subscribe over here, and when we subscribe it, I think we have already done the, just copy this section, and I think I'll just paste it over here. So now we have a subject that subscribed. Now this is working as the observable, and then we subscribe over here. And if you take a note on the previous lecture, we saw that the published subject emits its item at the time of the subscription. So whenever we subscribe it, it starts emitting its value. So let's say if we have a multiple subscription over here, let's say we have this published subject has a 2 subscription over here, which is we are observing at the 2 time. So this should be of a 2 over here, and this should be 2, and this should be of the 2. And if we run this one, we should get all of the item that has been published. So since the published subject is start emitting the item at the point of subscription, so we have the subscription over here and here, so it should start emitting the value. So let's go and start this. Okay, sorry, I need to call this function, so every time I forgot that, so I need to call this function from here, and then I can go and run this one. So let's go to the logcat over here, and let us see the return type over here. So the printout, we get a 1, the on next 1, on next 2. So all of the item that was emitted by the source observable over here, we have a source observable which is emitting 1 to 5. We are actually getting all of those items. That means that whenever we subscribe it, we are getting all of the item at the time of the subscription. So let's go and make use of the another function, and let's take a look in the another way. And that should be of, I'll just copy the function name and just say function, paste, and I'll just say 2 over here, TWO2, and then we will implement the val. I'll just say sup ject subject, which is of equals to pup publish subject dot the create over here, the type of, let's say, of the integer type. And then what we will do over here, we will go over here. I think I will minimize this one, and let's go and make use of this one. So I'll just say as let us make use of on next over here, on next, and I'll just say 0, and let me duplicate this one, and I'll just say as a 1. So the subject on next is called over 2 times over here, which is emitting the value of 0 and the 1. And then I will go and subscribe to this particular subject. So I think I can just copy this section from here and just paste it over here. And then if you go and run this one, I think you should guess, okay, sorry for this one again. I need to call this function. Every time I'm forgetting to call that particular function, so I need to call that. And I think now you should be able to guess, since we are subscribing over here and we call that function, then we are getting nothing over here. You can see the printout is nothing, which means that at the time of subscription, whatever the item or the whatever this published subject is emitting, all of the items should be emitted. But here, since these two on next is called before the subscription of this particular published subject, we are not getting any value. So how do we get the values after we subscribe to that over here? After we subscribe to this published subject over here, then we call that particular on next on that particular subject, right, over here, and then we get the 2 and the 3. So if you run this one, we should get and 2 and 3, and the 0 and 1 should be skipped. That is the behavior over here. We have on next of 1 and on next 2, so we get a 2 and 3. So as soon as we subscribe it, it should print out, or it should emit all of the items at the point or at the time of the subscription. So at the time of the subscription, whatever item we have, it should emit that one. And again, if I call the second one, so if I go and call the second, let me subscribe it to the second time. So let's minimize all of this, and let me call this one again. This is the second time we have subject subscribe the second time. And then if we go and run this one, let's go to the logcat and take a look. So we get on next on the first subscription. There is no second one, so we have to call it again. So since after subscription, before subscription there is already on next, but after the second subscription there is no more on next, so there is no item emitted. So the source observable, which is of the subject over here, published subject, is acting as a source observable. It is not emitting any item at the time of the subscription over here. So now we will say over here 4 and the 5, right? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now the first observer should get a 2 and 3, and as well as 4 and 5, because this 2 is on next is called after the first subscription, and the second subscription should get 4 and 5. All of the rest, like from the 0 to 3, should be skipped. So if you run this one, we should get that particular value. So let us take a look over here, and we get on next. So 2, 3, 4 and 5 on the next one, and the next two have 4 and the 5 over here. So that's all, and I hope you understand it. So basically the published subject basically emits all of the item at the time of the subscription. So before subscription, if there was any emission of that particular item, it was emitting some value, then it will be skipped, and we are not able to get that skipped value. So let's meet up on the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hi there, and welcome back, and let us continue with our lesson. And today we are going to learn about the replace subject. So this is the fourth subject about the RxJava, and let us see what each and replace subject over here. Replace subjects emits to any observer all of its items that were emitted by the source observable, regardless of when the observer subscribes. So I think this is the self-explanatory over here. I think you can already understand. It emits to any observer, so which means it can emit to any observer all of its items that were emitted by the source observer, regardless of when the observer subscribed. So there is no time limit over here. And there are also versions of the replace subject that will throw any old item once the replay buffer threatens to grow beyond this size, and when the specific time span has been passed since the item were originally emitted. So there is also another version of the replace subject that will actually grow, which means there is a catch issue over here. And if you use the replace subject as an observer, take care not to call on next method. So which means that take care not to call on next method or its other on method from the multiple thread. So which means that when we make use of the replace subject, the thing that we have to take care is not to call on next or any other on method of this replace subject on a multiple thread. So with a multiple thread, there is an issue, and that could lead to a coincidence of non-sequential call, which violates the observable contract and creates ambiguity in the resulting subject as to which item or notification should the replayed first. So there, when we make use of the replace subject, just make sure that you don't call this on next or the on method, any of the on method of the replace subject on or from the different thread. So we will see this one in our practical project. So first of all, let's see the marble dragon. So we have this replace subject that is emitting 1, 2, 3 items over here, and the observer subscribe it and get all of these 3 items, and then after a few times you can see the second observer subscribe to it and get all of these 3 items without losing any of the item that was emitted previously. So that's it. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Hi there, and welcome back. So let us continue and let us see in a practical way about the replace subject. First of all, let us create a function over here and call it as our replace subject subject, and then we'll create a val of the obser behavior observable, which is of equals to observable observable dot, and it should be observable dot. It should be of a interval and 1, and every 1 second time dot the second, and dot take while, which should be of the while, and we should take from it is less than equals to 5, and then we will say we will implement dot the SCHE on subscribe on, and SCHEDU schedulers dot the IO thread, and then I want to observe on is basically on the main thread of, so it should be RxAndroid schedulers dot the main thread. And now we have our observer. Let's create a subject over here, val, and JCT subject, which is of the equals to replace subject, replace subject over here, dot create, and pass the type as the long, because since our observable is the return type of the long. And then we can make use of this observable over here. Where I put it. So observable dot subscribe to it and pass our object over here. Object over here. What I did over here, not the object, to be subject, right? And then what we will do is, let's go, and I think we already have that one, so just call that first observer on, that's
over here. Just create a first subscription over here, which is subject.subscribe. We are creating as the observable and subscribing it to this particular subject as an observable over here. And then we will call the to time. So let's call it as a to subscriber. We have a to subscriber. And okay, let's make it as a 3 time. So increase it one more time. And this should be of a third. And this should be of a third. And if you remember that previously I told you that replace subject emits all of its item to the all of the observer. So it can emit all of its item to any of the observer, right? So regardless of the time of the subscription. So let's go and run. So let me run all of this. Okay, so before I run, I need to call. That is the one I every time forget over there. So just go to the main activity and just comment out this one and paste this particular in. Okay, and let us run this one. And then if you go to the logcat over here, now we can see that all of the three observable are the 3 observer are particularly emitting all of its value. So you can see on next 1, on next 2 is there, on next 3 is there. So all of it are emitting all of its value. So which basically means that our replace subject emits all of the item of the observer regardless of when the subscription happens. So regardless of when this particular subscribe is called. So whenever we subscribe it, we will get all of the item that was emitting, that the source observer is emitting. And there is no loss of any of the emitted value over here. And let us create another function to, I think, the OBSER observable, and I think that should be the one. Okay, and let us create another function and let's make use of the another way around on next call over here. Function and call, just make use of the same function name and TWO2, and then we will go and make val and subject subject, which is of equals to REPL replace subject that we need, and dot create it, and the type is of, let's say, int over here. And then I will just call it as a subject, subject dot on next, right? So on next, and we'll pass 0 over here. And let me copy and paste it over here, the 2 times that we have on next, and then we will subscribe to it. So I think I'll just copy from here instead of typing again and again. So just copy and paste it over here, and then I will call, let us call it at 2 times. So I think I have that one, so just copy this one, and then I will just paste it below here, and then I will just call that one over here, and it should be of 2 and the 3. So what we are doing here, we have created a replace subject, and then we have on next call on this subject, which is emitting 0 and 1, and then we subscribe over here. The subscription is done over here, the first subscription, and then again it emits a 2 and 3 value, and then we have again the second subscription over here. And if you run this one, sorry, I need to call this function, so every time I get confused that one. So let me remove this and call that function over here, and let us run, and let's see the printout over here. So now we get on next 1, 2, 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3, and again 0, 1, 2, 3. So which means there is no item missed over here. So the first we are calling on next 0 and 1, and then we subscribe it, and then again we call we have on next of 2 and 3, and then we subscribe it. But both of the first and second observer receive all of the item regardless of where we call on next over here. So before the subscription or after the subscription, it doesn't matter. So at the end, whenever we call the subscribe it should get all of the items that was emitted from the source observable,
regardless of the subscriber when it's subscribed. So I hope you guys understand it. So make sure you just go and practice. If you just watch the video, that's not going to make any sense. So just go and practice more. And if you practice more and try to implement in your project, then you will understand it more clearly. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hello everyone, and it's me, Richard, your instructor. And if you are watching this video, that means you have successfully completed this course, which means that you have done a great job. And I want to congratulate you for completing of this course. And if you are interested in learning some of the more advanced topic in the RxJava development, and if you want to build a real application using the RxJava, do let me know. Let me come up with a new course regarding the RxJava and the Android development. So I hope you enjoyed this course and learned something new. And let's hope we can meet up in our upcoming course. Till then, have a great day.